Today is August 22nd. Time is 8:38. This is the Housing Community Development Committee called to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Ford? Dr. Warren?
Present.
And Councilwoman Johnson? And Chair Colvett?
Colvett is here. Chair observes a quorum. We have two items on the agenda today. We have a resolution to accept and amend by appropriating the budget expenditures and revenues for the Division of Housing Community Development Weatherization Programs FY24 Weatherization Assistance Program WAP 23-1 grant in the amount of $971,851. Project CD 90147, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. It's been moved, properly seconded. Request. Any objections? Seeing none. Can we go ahead and get a quick answer? Name and address first, please.
Mari Albertson, 170 North Main. Mari Albertson, 170.
Third time.
Mari Albertson, 170 North Main, 38103, Deputy Director of Housing and Community Development.
All right.
I'll just add, this is just our regular weatherization grant that we have received since 2016. It is about a $70,000 increase from last year. So we're happy for that. And just some exciting news to share on this program. We've been working with TVA and Mortec, as y'all might know, to implement a weatherization training program, which will greatly increase the numbers of units that we're able to do. And that is scheduled to open November 1st. So finally, we'll have a training program locally for people to learn the weatherization trade and hopefully get some more units in Memphis weatherized.
Fantastic. Any further comments, questions from the body? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All this quick question from.
It's not just the contractors, that would be a separate effort, but what we're hearing is a big shortage of just laborers, so people to work for the contractors to get the work done. So it's more just the general skills of someone that would work with a contractor to do the actual HVAC repairs, things like insulation, the ceiling work, and those kinds of things. So the people that would actually be in there doing the weatherization repairs. Let me find out and get that to you. I'll get with our weatherization staff because I think this date has kind of come about quickly. So I'll find out because our program, the dollars that we receive are going to sponsor 20 people to get in the program. So I'm not sure of the total number of slots that are available, but we will have kind of scholarship opportunities for 20. But I will find out how this will be marketed, and we'll follow up and get that information to the council. I will get that to you too. I'm not sure. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but we'll let you know. Okay, I will do that.
Cool. Seeing no further council members requesting to speak, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. The chair, it is unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, second is the update on the affordable housing dashboard requested by me. Please present.
So we are kind of doing twofold. We're working with the web development team to build us a site that will be specific for the dashboard. In process of that, it'll have maps, be interactive, identify the locations of the units. But as we're working with the web team, our staff in our policy and planning area have been gathering data to put into the dashboard. So far, just to quickly go through the 4 items that were requested of the dashboard in the resolution. Right now, for availability, the number of affordable housing units within the city, we have collected data for units that we have funded, units that the state has funded through the low-income housing tax credit program, public housing units, project-based voucher units, and other HUD subsidized units. So that we've identified a total of 19,742 so far. We are also still working, obviously the easiest data to collect is from the organizations that we work with or developments that have some kind of subsidy. So that's where we're starting from. We're also now reaching out to collect data on the units that we haven't funded, but that are being created by our partners, such as local community development corporations and other developers that we partner with that we know do affordable housing. So the low-hanging fruit is kind of those that we have funded because we know from reporting what those numbers are. But now we're moving into asking the information of folks that we haven't funded. So working on that. To the second point, which is the funding, development, and preservation of homeowner and rental units identified by development stage, so completed, in progress, and on the horizon. We have identified those with those same organizations. The completed units would be that same number in the first bullet point of the number of affordable units. But we've also identified those that are in progress. So that might include something like Tillman Cove, which hasn't been completed, some of South City, the upcoming phases that are currently under construction but not yet completed. So we have identified 930 of those units. And then there are another 804 units that we have identified as being in the pipeline. So those are not yet in construction, but we know they've been awarded funding either through us, through the trust fund, or there were a couple of tax credit projects awarded funding by the state. Those should be starting in the upcoming year. So we've identified those units as well. Then on the third bullet, it was the data by population. So affordable units by population, such as people with a disability, senior citizens, and others. We have identified units available for populations, persons with a disability, veterans, seniors, families, and youth. In addition to that, we've identified permanent supportive housing units that are part of the continuum of care. So those wouldn't be in the regular affordable housing. These are for people who are transitioning out of homelessness. And we've also identified emergency shelter bed units and transitional housing units that might be, they're not permanent units, but they're maybe administered by organizations like Alpha Omega, who work with homeless veterans and getting them out of homelessness. And something, in addition to the dashboard, one of the things that we've been working with the Community Alliance for the Homeless on is to also have a dashboard of sorts that would identify in real time where available emergency shelter beds are. So we're really excited that we're partnering with them so that, we all get those calls from a person who's facing eviction or they're, at imminent risk of homelessness, where we wouldn't have to call around to all the agencies. We could look on this tool and find out who, where an available shelter bed might be.
That would be very, very helpful.
So that should be in the coming months as well. And the Community Alliance for the Homeless is leading that effort, but that should be a tool that's available, I think, by the end of the year.
Ma'am.
Yeah,
they're
available units.
Yes.
Okay, so people won't be able to actually know which units are available until this website is developed, or is that information someplace now?
For the homeless units or for any?
You said something for like disabilities.
Yes.
For veterans. Okay, that list.
So the best place to get that information now is the website that the state Tennessee Housing Development Agency oversees. They collect data from housing, it could be a private housing development or a public housing development all over the state, but it's TennesseeHousingSearch.org, tnhousingsearch.org. And you can go to that website in real time, enter your county, city, your income and data like that, and it will pull up a list of all available units. And that is the data from that is fed by the property management companies. So that's the best source right now. If I'm looking for a unit and I have some criteria that I need to try to meet, that's the best website that I can go to and find a unit that is actually available.
Have you ever ever tested that to find out how realistic it is?
We have, yeah. And when people call us and are looking for certain rent price, it's a tool that I've personally used to go in and see. And then calling the property management companies, those units are indeed available.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Shows how to do that offline.
Yeah, absolutely. Or we could come back and pull it up and look at it sometime, or just
Let's do that. Because I think that would be very, very helpful. And so what I assume is our dashboard's going to bring all this into one. We're going to meet our objective of that. All that comes into this one dashboard. What is your goal to have that dashboard 100% operational?
we are working toward the goal in the resolution of December 31st. And I don't know that we can integrate THDA's site into ours. Ours would just be more custom to Memphis.
Cool. What are in the time we have, two questions. One, what is the path to 1231, meaning what are your critical points that you've got to have? And two, are you getting any pushback from any group outside of yours?
I don't think so, but we have some great partners in the affordable housing arena. MHA is very helpful providing their data, the state, the CDCs that we work with, obviously they report to us anyway. So I don't think we have been getting any pushback.
Well, something like this, occasionally we run into fiefdoms. And that's, if they push back, I want to know about it.
Okay.
In terms of critical path, so if you come back in the next meeting or so, walk us through TennesseeHousingSearch.org. What are the next pivotal points that you need to come back and report to us? Because we're kind of running out of time.
We, again, we're working with the web team so that we can build the site that this data will be housed on. We, I think, have made really good progress in the amount of data that we have been able to collect. So it'll just be getting the information into a database to get into and maps to get up onto the website in a way. And I don't see. We've worked with IT to build other websites. I don't see that it'll be a really difficult task. And I think that by December 31st, we can have a dashboard site that is very much up and running and that we can add to as new units come online and as statuses change. So as Tillman Cove moves from in progress to being leased, we can make those changes as well and identify and bring on new projects that we know are coming on. So we want it to be really real time, easy to update, interactive, so that it's, the most useful tool that it can be.
How about October 1, you come in and show us what you got?
Sure.
Can you do that? Bring the IT guys. For lack of better words, it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be. Matter of fact, I'll even take a glitch or two. That's fine. Show me where you are.
We can do that. And we've been working with Office of Performance Management too. And, they have a great website presence with the city data that they report on. So, I feel comfortable saying we could do that.
All right, let's go first meeting in October, Clay. And why don't we do Tennessee HousingSearch.org session then, because you'll have IT guys here. Fair enough?
Sure.
For September 12th, you want the HousingSearch.org.
Put it all together, first meeting in October.
Okay.
That way it's all there. That way I'm not pulling you in here every 5 seconds. Further questions, thoughts? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
it. There being no further business by this committee, we stand adjourned.
It's 9:03. Call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. King, you know what to do.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson.
Ish.
Councilman Warren. Chair Smiley.
Yeah, I'm here. All right, so we have way too many items, 10 items on the agenda today. Item number 1, resolution appropriating funds in the amount of $590,000 for project number EN 24101, traffic signal, furniture, fixtures, equipment, FY24, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by a lot of people. Moved by Jones, seconded by Ford and Warren, and Keaton as well. Go ahead.
Hey, Randall Tatum, City Traffic Engineer. So this is a resolution to appropriate CIP funding for the annual purchase of traffic signal equipment that is needed for emergency maintenance and construction throughout FY24. Traffic engineering has to keep a stock supply of certain traffic signal equipment items so that we can quickly respond to any emergency maintenance issues. Like, for example, if there's a crash and they completely knock down a traffic signal cabinet, we have to have that equipment in hand, in stock, so we can be able to quickly respond. Otherwise, we'd be subject to waiting months to be able to get that equipment in.
All right. We have a question from Dr. Warren.
I just want to know what traffic signal furniture is. Do they need side tables? Do they have lounge chairs?
I absolutely wanted that same question.
No, sir. They just set up the equipment element of this CIP under furniture, fixtures, and equipment. That's just the way it's been set up.
Okay, someone with a good sense of humor.
I guess the equipment element of it is what we're going for.
Okay. All right. Doesn't appear that, there's Chairman Jones in the queue.
So this is $590,000 for a city that is 300 square miles. Typically, how much damage do we have for that in a typical year? Look, I know these are accidents, and you can't really accurately plan for them. You plan for them, but you just can't plan for them. So,
yeah, I would say we definitely use every bit of this funding every year. We certainly, could probably spend more. But yes, sir, we do spend at least upwards of $500,000 to $750,000 a year in maintenance recovery issues associated with vehicles striking poles, striking signal cabinets, et cetera.
okay.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Dr. Warren.
This does not include all the street lights we've been seeing knocked down recently, right? That's coming from MLG and W.
That's correct.
So, I mean, I think all of us driving around town can see that we've got a problem with people driving too fast and crashing in intersections and tearing up our traffic signals and tearing up our street lights all across town. It would shock me if this is the number, even 750,000. It seems like it would be low based on what I've been seeing just driving around town in the past 2 years. I think the numbers have gone up. Has it gone up from your perception, the amount that you have to be repairing? Does it seem like there is a trend that we have to repair more? And I think it's got to do with the number of stolen vehicles and how people are drag racing them through town.
Yes, sir. I think that'd be an accurate statement.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other council members in the queue? All is well. Councilwoman Johnson, no questions. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $250,000 GO bonds for safety improvements at various locations. Project number EN 24401. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a resolution to appropriate CIP funding for various traffic safety projects across the city. Engineering provided a list of projects to be initiated in FY24 during the CIP budgeting process, and this is the resolution to appropriate that funding so we can get started on those traffic safety projects that are directed by City Council.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the few ayes have it. The poor dies. All right. Item number 3, resolution to transfer and allocating allocations from CIP project number GS 24100 FY24 major modifications cover line to establish GS 24107 FY24 major modification contingencies and appropriating funds for emergency unplanned repairs and or upgrades. All council districts sponsored by the doesn't say who was sponsored by. I'm assuming it's sponsored by the administration. And there's a request for same 9 minutes. I get a motion second, moved by Warren, seconded by Ford. Go ahead.
Good morning. Melvin Jamerson, General Services, Deputy Director, 125 North Main. This is the FY24 Major Mod Contingency Fund to make repairs for replacement, repairs, upgrades for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, carpentry, roofing systems throughout the year for our city of Memphis buildings.
Any questions from this body? Councilwoman Johnson?
How much?
The total, contingency is $1 million.
Dr. Warren?
I'd like to make an amendment that we add the $1 million to this resolution so it's obvious to our constituents.
It might be.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Do I need to second his
Yeah.
motion? Okay, second. I think I was gonna go back and read the resolution, make sure it wasn't in there. But I know for the general public, they did not hear a dollar amount. That's why I was asking too.
Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I mean, the $1 million was a part of the FY24 capital acts for during the budget process. We can, if we need to, if it's not a part of the resolution, we can definitely add it. Should be. I don't have it in front of me.
Councilwoman Johnson taking a look at it.
It looks like we may have the same issue with our next few.
Yeah, it's
here,
so.
Just to add those off.
And also the other issue with the agenda is it doesn't say who it's sponsored by for the next few items. It's just blank. So we have a couple issues today.
I bet we have somebody new right now.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Chair, the resolution submitted actually has $1,187,000.
That's friendly amendment.
All right, so be flexible with us. It seems like we may have a few issues going forward. All right. So what's that number again, Councilwoman Johnson?
$1,187,700. But that's in the resolution as
Yeah,
it's written
but
right
it's not on the agenda for public. Okay. All right. So we understand the number, council members. 1,187,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It's opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Okay. Item number 4. It's gonna be the same issue. It looks like.
Yeah, we'll add it.
And then it doesn't say who's sponsored by either as well. So we need to figure out why this mistake happened and figure out how we can correct it.
General services is what it says in the amendment.
I'm talking about the agenda. We need to make sure we correct this mistake going forward. All right. Item number 4, resolution transferring allocations from CIP project GS 24100 FY24 major modifications a cover line to establish GS 24105 FY24 major modifications carpentry and appropriating funds for door replacement, Cordova Library and brick building demo and replacement with 2 shipping containers at Collins Yard, District 2 and District 5, Super District 9. Sponsored by the administration's request to save 9 minutes. And when you give your presentation, make sure we state the specific request, the dollar amount. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Move by, I think it was
Mr.
4.
Chair.
Chairman Jones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Addendum.
And then seconded by Warren.
With this second addendum, $11,250 in engineering fees and $225,000 in architectural fees and contract construction. So $225 for contract construction and $11,250 for engineering and architecture.
And what was the 11,000 what?
So 236, 250 total.
Yeah.
236, 250.
Yeah, 236, 250 is the total for
Thank you.
GS 24 100.
Make presentations.
Yes, sir. GS sponsored FY24 major mod for carpentry trade discipline This will be replacement for Cordova main library doors, for hard-to-source parts and multiple failures. The demolition of public works storage brick building because of deteriorating conditions and structural unsoundness, and replacement of some codex buildings. The total amount for the project is $236,250.
All right, any council member questions? All right, appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 5, a resolution transferring allocations from CIP project number GS 24100, FY24 major modifications of cover line to establish GS 24104, FY24 major modifications to HVAC and appropriating funds for HVAC unit replacements at the animal shelter, the zoo, multiple buildings, Bass Pro Police Training Academy, Public Works, Collins Yard, 2 modular buildings, District 5 and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9. It was requested the same 9 minutes, sponsored by the administration. Make sure we have the specific dollar amount when you make the presentation. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. I'm gonna give you a minute to make sure we.
$529,500 for engineering architecture and $4,138,000 for contract construction, funded by GEO bonds. Total $4,667,500.
All right, floor is yours.
Again, FY24 major mods, HVAC trade discipline, multiple HVAC projects, Memphis Animal Shelter, assessment, design, bid for zoo buildings, Bass Pro cooling tower replacement. The Bass Pro cooling towers, original 1990s cooling towers, was rebuilt in 2012 and now must be replaced due to stress and outdated equipment. The replacement would be a benefit benefit for replacing the units will be for customer satisfaction, reduced repair costs, safety improvements, and more efficient operations. Thank you.
Any questions from this body? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 6, resolution transfer allocations from CIP project GS 24100, FY24 major modifications of cover line to establish GS 24102, FY24 major modifications electric and appropriating funds for generator replacement at Hickory Hill Community Center and Fire Station 10 and 38, as well as elevator modernization in the public safety building districts 3, 6, and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. It was requested the same 9 minutes. Okay, get a motion in a second. Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren.
Total amount, $2,896,550.
Shout out to Dr. Warren coming through in the clutch.
Thank you, Dr.
You on your Jordan today? Close it. All right. There's a.
Yes. FY24 major mod electrical trade discipline. This will be for generator replacements for Hickory Hill Community Center fire station, 2 fire stations, installations, the Hickory Hill Community Center design build project, public service building, elevator replacements of the 1990 existing elevators to new modernized elevators.
Councilwoman Johnson. Mike, please.
I'm sorry, what is the public safety building?
Public safety building is the MPD building across the street, 170 North Main.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions? All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 7. Resolution transfer allocation of CIP project GS 24100, FY24 major modification of cover line to establish GS 24101, FY24 major modification of roofing and appropriating funds for the roof replacement at Roof Tates Senior Center and Marion Hill Community Center, District 5 and 6, Super District 8 and 9. This request is the same 9 minutes, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by
Second.
Jones and Ford, and seconded by Jones and Ford.
You must want Miss Devon to send you a text message.
I'm reading.
Total amount,
That means I'm reading way too fast. I slow down. Total amount, Dr. Warren.
$1,012,000.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Dad, if you're listening, that means I'm going to slow down. All right.
This is FY '24 major mod, roof and trade discipline. And this will be roof replacement of existing roof systems for end-of-life roofing systems for Roof Tate Senior Citizen and Marion Hale Community Centers. Thank you.
Quick question. So how long is this project supposed to last? Particularly the roof replacements for Roof Tate and Mary Hill.
So what Roof Tate and Marion Hale will first do is a design.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking for 30 to 45-day design turnaround. Then we'll go to the bid process and the build process. So we hope to get that effort done before the close of FY '24.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from this body? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the church that the ayes have it. Thank you. Okay. Item 8, discussion on general services physical update requested by the administration. Back into your hands.
Okay. Well, I'm not available to speak to that at this moment.
Okay. Okay, so we can hold this item to the next council meeting.
He threw you out today.
You know,
Okay.
I was told you either sink or you swim.
Yeah.
You float, so you're out here.
All righty.
All right, and then are you able to speak on? No, it's not you. So item number 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melvin, I'm just trying to figure out why he's trying to throw you out there like that. Y'all are funny. Oh, well, item number 9. Well, hold on. Ms. King, can we show item number 8 is held for the next council meeting? And then item number 9, discussion on solid waste bulk collection delays requested by the very astute, always inquisitive Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I think that this is a situation that we just need a lot more clarity on and understanding, because I have personally received one too many calls about when is this bulk waste going to be picked up. It's been promised, and nothing is taking place. And I know we had an additional issue with the storm coming in with all that additional tree limbs and things that had to be picked up. But we need to know a plan. We need to have some better answers, because it's back to the point when we started almost, 2 years ago, when it was just building up. We need to do another clean sweep. And that's the reason I requested. Thank you.
Sure.
Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. So yes, bulk waste collection is running behind schedule right now. Difficult to say. No, we're running about two and a half weeks behind schedule right now. Where we are, service request wise, we have, and I started preparing this last week. So as of Friday, we have received since January 1, 22,549 missed bulk trash service requests since the first of this year. That's about on par with where we were last year. It's a 1.4% increase over call volume for the same time in 2022. As mentioned, we have had 2 FEMA-eligible storm events. One, June 25th, Tennessee's Severe Storm Straight Line Winds event was declared last Thursday, by the President. We also are anticipating the July 18th through 20th Severe Storm event to be declared, but that has not been declared by the President yet. We also experience seasonal volume, but this time of year, we usually see that tapering off. So the elevated call volume that we've received July and so far this month.
Mr. Davis,
Yes,
the president. I mean, there's President McGowan, there's President Biden.
President Biden.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, President Biden. Yeah, no. The FEMA declarations under the Stafford Act are, once you meet the eligibility requirements that are presented under the FEMA regulations, the president is required by law to make that disaster declaration. And right now on the 18th through 20th event, we are working with Shelby County, State of Tennessee, and FEMA, getting all that information in to make sure that the president has what we need to achieve that declaration.
Real quick,
Dr. Warren,
what is the
Mike.
significance? What would be the significance for us to get that declaration, and how is that a good thing for people listening to understand?
It's it's tied to reimbursement. Once we meet that disaster declaration, 87.5% of the expenses, FEMA eligible expenses, are recoverable from the federal government. Another, 12.5% would be, half of that would be recovered from the state, and then the remainder would be the balance that the city would have to front. So this does significantly reduce our exposure for the expenses, and this is expensive stuff.
Ballpark numbers you're talking here?
For example, the February 22 storm, our total all-in was about $24 million. I think collection disposal was about 17 million of it. So we are the lion's share of the, outside of MLGW, we are the lion's share of what we experience when these events happen, the collection and disposal. That is impacted some by the type of event. We've had FEMA events before that are declared. February, I think it was February of this year, when we had severe cold. MLGW was affected. There were utilities and infrastructure affected, but because of the nature of the weather event, we didn't see a lot of debris. And so actually we didn't make any claims on the solid waste side under that, because the debris just didn't materialize because of the nature of the storm. When you have a wind event or an ice event, that's when you see it. So here in this chart, this is just year over year, how we've trended. And you can see, while slightly elevated, we are about tracking where we typically would. We did see last year and the year before FEMA events. Both of those events occurred in February. So by this time of year, we were back down, trending down in complaints and call volume. These June, July events that happened this year that were more delayed, more recent, have caused us to see an uptick in July and August for bulk waste collections. So what have we done to respond? We've activated our emergency contract for storm debris response. For the June 25th storm, that storm largely affected Raleigh and the northern part of the Wolf Chase area. We've collected 32,410 cubic yards of debris as of today. That's about 1,600 dump truckloads of debris that's gone to the landfill. That collection is largely complete for that event. For the July 18th through 20th storms, that affected more of the heart of the city. It was widespread across the city. To date, we've collected over 48,000 cubic yards related to that event. That's about 2,400 dump truck loads of debris that's been collected. That collection is ongoing. We are hopeful to be done with that collection by the end of September. City crews are maintaining regular bulk services, but are running behind due to volume. That's just because of the high volume that's out there. It's gummed up the system, and it's causing us to run behinds. Emergency crews are collecting FEMA eligible debris only, and so because of that, those big storm chaser trucks that you see out there collecting in some neighborhoods, we will not be reimbursed for regular operating expenses by FEMA. They're not here to pay our bills. They're here to pay for the emergency response. And so how we structure that is in your bulk collection week, if it is your neighborhood's bulk collection week, we pull the FEMA crews out of those areas, out of those routes, and put them in non-bulk collection weeks with monitors to maintain some distance, some accountability, so that we can file for that reimbursement for the storm related collections, and not be accused of trying to go in and do our normal bulk collection with FEMA money. And so that's how we do it. It's a little dance that we have to do. This week we're in, I think we're in, what is today? I think we're in the areas A and C's bulk week and the odd routes in area E, which means that our emergency contractors are largely, well, this week they are solely dedicated to the Whitehaven area D, and moving across towards the Hickory Hill area, because this is not their bulk week. And so we just have to constantly move those assets around to maintain our credibility with FEMA. So these are just some debris pictures that our monitors have collected for the different areas. So there's area A, area B, area C, area D, area E. The citywide was impacted significantly. There's a lot of debris out there. It's not the biggest one we've seen. I mean, we did last year's event. We collected over right at 1 million cubic yards of debris. So this isn't going to touch that, but the nature of it being so widespread, not targeted to particular neighborhood, and how we have to, I guess, how we have to orchestrate the collection with the debris monitors and the debris contractors for FEMA eligibility versus our city crews does create this logistics that does slow the collection cycle. But we are throwing everything we can at it with the emergency contractors, and our city crews are not letting up with their collection. They're maintaining the bulk waste collection and moving through. They're not being instructed, hey, leave that storm debris. We want FEMA to pay for it. When they're going through, grab it when you can. But because of that volume, it just slows it up. And that's my presentation.
Almost said Dr. Jones. Well, Dr. Jones today.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Quick question that I have. When we talked about last year's event where we had 1 million cubic yards, how long did it take for us to collect everything?
I think that took us a good 5 months to get that picked up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Situation dealing with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water and all their issues that they had to address in order to get the lines repaired, to get services back. Does your office interact at all with the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water process?
With respect to fees, yes, but not really.
I'm talking about cutting the trees, getting the debris off the people's properties.
Okay. No, MLGW's contractors and MLGW's crews that cut trees are just like any other private crew. If they cut a tree, whether it's in your front yard, in the city right of way or whatever, MLGW's crews that are responsible for that, whether it be in-house or contract crews, are required by ordinance to remove that material and properly dispose of it. If the crew's telling a customer, and I've heard it, if an MLGW customer is being told by if a customer is being told by an MLGW crew that the city will come get it, they're being lied to.
Okay. Next question. You say you activated the emergency contractor. What is that process? What is that all about?
We have a pre-event contract that was bid out a few years ago. We put it out to bid, I think, every 5 years, but it's a pre-event contract for storm debris removal. It requires that a company have enough equipment and resources and insurance, and then they have to be able to respond within our current contract says that if I pick up the phone and call them within 24 hours, they have to be in Memphis with available equipment to start removing debris. And it's called a pre-event debris contract, and it allows us to pre-plan instead of being held to some of these storm chasers that come in after an event. When wildfires happen, things I get calls all the time from other municipalities asking me to recommend these storm chasers that may have subcontracted in Memphis, but it keeps us from getting gouged in a desperate time.
How many of these contractors do you have?
We currently have one
Yes.
contractor.
And then how many trucks does that particular company provide here in the city?
Currently, they have, I think, 24 60-yard trucks in town working right now. And what they do is these storm chasers, the storm contractors, they have a base amount of equipment in their own fleet, and then they have reciprocal agreements with other storm companies in other regions. And so, like our storm contractor may be the prime in Memphis and bring in Florida, Louisiana, Oklahoma.
But they still only
contractor.
talking about 24 trucks when you get through.
Yeah, right. Today, that's what's needed.
How do we identify those trucks separate from the regular trucks for trash pickup?
They are marked. We have a debris monitoring company as well that's out there monitoring these trucks to make sure that they're picking up storm eligible debris, because FEMA requires us to document all this. So they're taking photos of where it's being collected, what's being collected, where it's being taken, and verifying that the truck, when it leaves where it's being taken, is empty. And between those monitors, they check in those trucks, they barcode those trucks. They have
How would the general public know the difference between the trucks?
there's a small sign on the door of the cab of the truck, and just
What would it say?
it would say debris tech, and it would be a marking with a barcode that indicates that it's been checked in by our debris monitoring company. The truck itself is pretty massive. I mean, it's a huge. Most of the ones that I've seen are like 60 cubic yards would be like the size of 3 roll-off dumpsters, of the biggest roll-off dumpsters we have. And usually they're running in tandem. So you've got two 60-yard boxes
I've seen
going
that.
down, and they're very tall, big
With
black
the
metal, and they
claw.
have a claw in the middle that's goes around. And usually they might have a bobcat or a small skid steer with them to kind of position debris so that they can more efficiently collect it.
Okay. You mentioned that you were 2 weeks behind.
Yes, ma'am.
So the complaints that I'm receiving may be as far as 3 months behind. People trash been sitting in the yard for that long, if not longer. So I'm not understanding a 2 weeks behind out of the cart.
I mean, if you give me some specific neighborhoods, I can check those routes.
Whitehaven.
Whitehaven, and I know that there's significant impact down there.
Parkway Village.
Yes, ma'am.
I think about all the people that have been
Right.
calling.
So,
I mean, it's no 2 weeks because this trash has been out there. We're talking about large quantity of trash.
right.
I mean, so what is the plan? I guess we want to know, what is the plan? What is a good plan that the people can expect in these various zip codes? When will you be out there to pick it up?
Again, right now, what we're doing is we've activated the storm contractors to address the large amount of storm debris that's out there, and then our city crews are redoubling our efforts with the grapples and the dump trucks that we have.
Okay, when you say doubling your efforts, what do you mean doubling your, are you gonna bring more people in or they're working overtime? How are you doubling your efforts?
Overtime is being offered, and
Is it being used?
not always.
We got a problem again in this department. How are we gonna clean it up? I'm not getting any definite answers, and we've been asking this question for a long time. So,
Mr. Davis, how many vacancies do we have? Do we know?
We had 30 to 32.
vacancies.
30 to 32 vacancies.
I mean, we're.
Are we talking when I'm at? Okay, I guess my question is 32 vacancies. Are we talking about those individuals who are in the community removing waste from the community, or are we talking about division level vacancies? What are we talking about?
That's collections. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, 32 out of how many? So if we're talking 320, that's 10%, but we're talking 1,000, I know it's not that many.
Right. It's around 400.
Okay.
Yeah, in the collection side. And we do, I mean, we are working in, I've been talking about equipment for years, but last year in March, we placed an order. We've started receiving in the last week and a half, we've started receiving that equipment in. That's going to help us out tremendously.
So how does equipment help us? We don't have bodies. Do we have enough bodies?
Right now, my pressure points equipment.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson,
and that's a constant.
Okay.
Back and forth.
All right, Councilwoman Issa Thomas. Well, let
Thank
the
you,
record
Chair.
show that Councilwoman Issa Thomas is here.
Thank you. Point of clarification on that. You said 32, is that temp or full-time?
Those are full time.
So taking it back to a individual I called you about that was temp and wasn't allowed to do full-time, was that individual allowed to do full-time?
I have to go back and see what the disposition of that employee was. But I mean, we are subject to the HR hiring and the civil service process.
I know, but and that was a couple months ago, but just to say it might be others like him that are wanting to be in that 32 number that may be able to help with stuff like this, but for some reason are not being moved from that temp status to full-time status. So if we got 32 openings and people say they want to serve the city of Memphis through the solid waste division, we probably need to give them a chance.
Right. And we do, onboarding wise, we're in a constant cycle of hiring, interviewing and hiring. We do an orientation every 2 weeks where we're bringing on new employees, whether they're crew chiefs, crew persons, truck drivers, tractor trailer drivers. We're in a constant flow of that. This is a hard job. It is. I mean, we'll bring on 10 people, and tomorrow I'll have 2 or 3 quit. It's just this is a very physical. This is a very. I mean, how hot is it going to be today? I mean, it's a very physical. It's a rough time of year to bring people on, and especially if they haven't worked in the solid waste business before. Trying to convince them in August in Memphis that this is the career for them is a tough road to hoe.
Councilwoman Johnson, we getting closer to time.
I know, but this is important.
Yeah.
Thank you. Back to, I guess this is why you saying your equipment is so important, because that actually takes the physical need to touch the debris.
And it is. I mean, and let's. I mean, we've talked about it before. Our collection model allows people to put this type debris out, and we have a very manual system to collect it. We try to buy this special equipment, the heavy equipment, to address this. But as long as I've been here, and probably long after I've been here, bulk waste collection is going to be the bear and the bane of the division, because the sheer volume and the allowable amount the manner in which we allow people to place waste at the curb.
got you.
I mean, it needs to be containerized. That's the way the industry's going.
But what about the equipment? Like I said, we've been waiting on this equipment December of last year. It
Yes,
was
ma'am.
supposed to be in.
Yes, ma'am.
And now we're at August and it's still not here. What pressure, what's being done to the vendors to make sure we get that equipment in here?
We haven't paid them yet. I mean, they want
Beg
to.
your pardon?
We don't pay until the equipment's delivered, and so we've approved at recent council actions $6.8 million to be approved for payment of the equipment in anticipation of what started coming in. The 3 trucks that have started coming in.
How many
and
trucks? Did
About
you
36.
purchase? You
I think it's
asked.
36. So-
And you only got 3 out of 36.
and we're scheduled. I think the schedule is between now and October, the end of October. I think 2 a week between now and then. I mean, this is not a city of Memphis issue. This is a supply chain issue that the entire industry is dealing with. I mean, these are not Toyotas. These are spec to build. When we say I want 16 garbage packers, we give them a design spec. They've got it's a Mack truck with an Allison transmission, a Heil Packer body. The cabin chassis is being manufactured by Mack. Heil is manufacturing the Packer body. They then have to be shipped to a third party to marry the two together to make the garbage truck itself.
Okay.
And it's a supply chain
I just want to
issue.
make sure that someone is constantly contacting them. I know everybody has an issue, but the more you contact, stay in the pipeline to make sure they don't forget you. But I guess my other problem still is we need a plan. We just do not have a plan on how we're going to pick this trash up. Now, I think I saw that one of those contractors in Whitehaven the other day. It was double trucks, black with a cloud, nice looking thing, looks official. But how can what can the citizens do? I mean, who decides who picks up what? Are you going down the street? And I'm sure, but due to the size of the trucks, they can only clear one street at a time, depending on how much debris is on that particular street.
And again, the emergency contractors are not being deployed because they're paid by volume. And so they're paid by the cubic yard. And so that encourages them to pick up as much as they can, as fast as they can. But we also do not allow them to chase the volume. We give them routes that they have to make sure that they're sweeping routes, because what I don't want
How
to
do you determine your routes? Have you gone out there and scouted to find out exactly
Yes,
where the
ma'am.
trash is?
Yes, ma'am. We have our debris monitor did a post-event study, went and took a lot of photos. They actually had some cars with the little Google Eye on the top of it. It's 360 camera driving around the.
I hadn't seen that car.
So,
I hadn't seen that.
But they did immediately post-event. They did evaluate the routes and identify the heaviest hit areas, and then they have debris monitors with the vendors to determine whether or not the debris that is presented at the curb is FEMA eligible, because what we don't want to do is threaten our reimbursement potential by picking up regular garbage with storm
But I
contractors.
would like for you to come back with a plan so either the people can read about it on the website or do something, because like if they're in the Whitehaven area, what can we expect? How long will
Right.
they be there? How many of those particular contractor trucks should we see out there on the
Right.
daily? Because I've only seen one, so
Right.
we need a plan for that and try to get through this. Are you charging anybody for picking up trash at this particular point?
Charging. I mean,
Out of the buck.
our normal solid waste fees are being assessed on the MLGW bill, and we are.
Not in that sense. I mean, for this buck, how you come out and they put a tag on it. Are you tagging and then picking it and charging?
There are, if we identify non-storm debris related material at the curb that is in violation of the ordinance, say rental set outs, fencing, construction demolition material, where I saw somebody tore the entire ductwork out of their house and put it at the curb in a picture I got yesterday. That's being tagged, and we are enforcing
But
the ordinance.
tree limbs to anything dealing with vegetation, you are not assessing those.
Right now, I mean, the ordinance
I
is
got complaints
yeah.
on that too.
the ordinance is clear. The ordinance doesn't give me any.
But how can you judge if it's from the storm
It's-
damage or not?
That's what I pay the debris monitor for.
I think that's a question mark, because if they said it was not there prior to the storm and they had to clean out their backyard and bring it to the street, that's not fair. I mean, I don't see how you're going to make that type of assessment and then charge people for it. Either charge everybody, charge nobody, but I don't think that's proper.
If you can give me the address of that location,
Everybody should be treated the same. It shouldn't be no
Right.
one particular
Right.
property. I'm saying that if it's tree
I'm not.
vegetation.
I'm not aware of any oversized tree debris in any particular neighborhood
It
that's
doesn't
being.
have to necessarily be oversized.
Right.
That when that storm came through, it's breaking limbs all different sizes.
Right.
And then they haul it or walk it to the front. Next thing you can see is a tag asking for a payment.
Okay. Again,
That's not fair.
Again, the only tree debris that I would know that would be tagged as a violation of the ordinance would be oversized tree debris, because that's what how the code is written. So again,
How do you, I guess my question is, after the storm, how you see you got a storm person, a debris person, but I really think people need to know that person exists and they can appeal that opinion.
Okay.
So something needs to be done about that, because that's not right.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you don't know what people are doing to get these tree limbs to the street. And if you live in an area where trees are abundant, you do whatever you can do to make it happen. It's not necessarily a contractor coming out there to do it. But I want to see a plan, and I think the people need to know the plan, and it needs to be published so they can actually know what to expect. Because I believe they're waiting 3 months in some areas for some of this trash. It's just sitting there.
Okay.
So I just would like to see a plan, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me today, but I get this every day. I see it every day. And something needs to be done. And I think if you're telling me that they're doing double duty, I don't see it. You know, and I understand, sympathize with the fact that your staff, but I'd just like to know, somebody needs to be monitoring the people doing double duties, what's actually taking place. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Thank you so much. I was trying so hard to just keep going and looking straight at it. All right. Look, we have a couple things left on the agenda. I'm going to kick some things off. So
Just one quick question
All right.
for Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, do you have all of the resources from us that you need?
I'm going to answer for him. Absolutely not. But go ahead.
That is correct. I do plan, again, as we talked about in budget and earlier this year, I do plan on revisiting the solid waste budget and the fee structure to make sure that we can better address these issues that we've discussed today.
So I think the word that we should put emphasis on is fee structure. I just want to know, will this council have the strength to do what's necessary? I think we've alluded to it multiple times. I think Councilman Jones alluded to it, and I don't want him to say I told you so again, but he told us so. So you know what we have to do. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
I'll keep my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So it's not just personnel, it's equipment. Equipment, personnel. Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis. All right, we're gonna go to number 10 on the item, and then we're gonna go back to, we'll go to number 10, and we're gonna bring Director Adams up for number 8. Councilwoman Jones, could you get with Director Davis at some point? All right. Item number 10, discussion on school safety zones, traffic engineering criteria for crosswalks, signals, and signs requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the illustrious woman from District 7, also known as the Queen of North Memphis. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and for that title that I've earned. Good morning, you all.
You earned it though.
Good morning. Directors, thank y'all for coming down today and getting some of the information. Hopefully we'll be able to have just a good, insightful discussion. Colleagues, I asked for Director Belen to come down today because we have a lot of different types of schools in Memphis. We have district schools, we have charter schools, we have private schools, we have urban private schools, and sometimes you don't know if you're going through a school zone or if you just driving down the street. And a lot of times it may be either because schools close, schools move. However, we do want to make sure that our streets and our pedestrians, especially our children, are as safe as possible walking to and from school. So my questions really surrounded what's the determinant for how a location receives traffic safety improvements, whether that be a flashing sign, whether that be the automatic countdown, school flashing area, whether that be the crosswalk, whether that be just a sign. A lot of places, especially in my district, don't even have signs that say school zone. So what's the criteria for that? Is there criteria for any of that? Is it just for district schools? Can it be for all schools? How can we help urge that along? And then also if you had an update on the traffic improvements that we put, I think that was 2021, that we asked for 2021, if there's an update on those, and then what can we do to just make sure that everywhere is safe? Because I have like 5 examples that I've gotten a lot of inquiries about in my district that even I sometimes have to slow down and remember, hey, it's a school right here, because there's nothing else letting you know.
So I'll begin by just a little bit of context on that. So Manny Belen, city engineer for the city of Memphis. So most of these improvements that are requested, we typically rely on MSCS or the school districts themselves to coordinate with them because they're on the ground. They know what they need, kind of. But again,
we can't rely on them to do anything.
The idea is we often get requests from parents. They'll call us in, hey, we need some improvements here. But to do that, there's no consistency and there's no direct coordination with the school district. So what we often request for parents to do is coordinate with that specific school. And then that principal of that school will typically coordinate with us in terms of the needs of that particular school. So with that, I'll have Randall, traffic city administrator, to talk about even further on the actual improvements. But to tie into the second question regarding the traffic safety, this body during this committee passed the appropriation of the additional $250,000. That was item number 2 on the current agenda. It was passed, and during our budget hearing, we presented locations of where those improvements were going to be taking place, and that's what we're carrying forward. So with that, I'll
Mr. Tatum, on what you just said, Director Belen. So is that official protocol that the parents or whomever take it to the school and the school coordinates with you?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no way to add any additional whatever, or what if a parent doesn't say anything to the school, and what if a school doesn't say anything to you? Is that the only way that we can get it done?
Yes, ma'am. So that is the official protocol. But if we do receive requests from parents specifically about an issue, we will take that issue to the school system as well to let them know that, hey, this issue.
But what if it's not the school system? We have all types of different schools
When
around
I say
here.
school system, I mean whether it be public, private, charter, their administration. We'll take it to them specifically and say, hey, we've received this concern. This is our recommendation to address it, and we'll have a dialogue with them about the proper devices or traffic controls that need to be put in place to make it a safe school zone.
And then once you have that dialogue, whose responsibility is it to act?
It's our responsibility to act, but we, of course, want to coordinate with them to make sure there's alignment between what's being requested by the parent and what the school principal, school system's vision is for the school zone.
Where is that protocol where we can read it?
Yeah, it should be in our design review policy manual, which
Design
is
review
posted
policy.
online. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Now
you all
we
don't
know.
take suggestions from council members?
We do, absolutely. If we get it from you, we will. definitely
Councilwoman
act
Issa
on it.
Thomas, it sounds like you're gonna
I'm
propose
somebody
something.
parent, not at that school though.
Sound
but,
like, you know.
I had a list.
It sounds
I
like
got
you,
a whole list.
Councilwoman, I would
But go
remind
ahead,
you.
Ms. Tate. I ain't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I just will mention that the design of school zones is a collaboration between the school and the city, and we rely on their recommendations and their feedback to determine what's best for the school zone. The school has the most intimate knowledge of the day-to-day operations of the school, and they have the best insight into the safety needs for the school. So we definitely collaborate with them to try to make sure that we address their needs with the school zone design. Prior to any new school opening, there is a school zone traffic control plan that must be submitted by the school's design consultant to the city for review and approval. That school zone plan will document the location of all signage, school crosswalks, flashing beacons, et cetera, that are going to be associated with the school zone. That plan will also document specific information about the school, such as the number of children that attend the school, the grade levels at the school, the percentage of students that walk to school, the percentage that ride the bus or get dropped off by a vehicle. So that's the specific information we have to get from the school system to ensure that we can design a school zone that properly meets their needs.
I know we received, I don't know when it was, I guess it was during budget season, update timeline on the projects that we nominated a few years ago.
Yes, ma'am. I'll give you an update on that. So we are complete with all but one of those projects. So every project that we had.
It's not in 70. Which one is it?
I'm sorry?
Which project is it?
I think that we had a list of probably almost 35 for that first year, and all those are completed.
Which
The
one's
only
not
one that's
done?
not completed is we have on Riverdale Road, we're supposed to be installing some speed feedback signs.
Oh,
So we
okay.
just got those in, so we expect for that project to be completed within the next month or so.
Okay. So are you all able to find that? I know you said the policy is online, but are you all able to find that review policy and send that
Yes,
to
ma'am.
us that
I'll send it
outlines
to
the school safety zones? And so if we're sending in suggestions to you all that either is coming anecdotally or we're driving through it, what timeline can we expect to be able to see any improvement on there?
Yeah.
I guess. So part of the coordination and collaboration with the school is, I'll give an example. If the school desires to have some sort of school zone flashers or what have you, typically, obviously, from a budgetary perspective, some of those requests that come in through the middle of the budget year, we are not funded for. So oftentimes what we'll do is coordinate with that school. We determine that if they do the design, then at some point do the installation, and then we'll take ownership of the maintenance of it from their point on. So there's some collaboration in there outside of traffic safety improvements that this body approves.
So it's not like you request speed bumps and then you all go do a study and tell us what you recommend. It's the schools ask for something and then you say yes or no.
That's correct.
Okay. You might see where this is going. So we might have something next council meeting around that. But I will say that there are particular schools in my districts that are not district schools, MSCS schools. Like, for example, I drive down Oakland Crossing every day, taking my baby to daycare and passing through MBA, which has that big hill, which you won't see a kid till you've then knocked into them. And it's not even a sign that says school zone over there. So, like, how can we even get, with our charters and urban private schools, just basic signs that says school zone?
Yeah.
Can we get that?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. And one thing I will mention is that with charter schools, sometimes it seems like there is maybe a lack of understanding as far as the process to get that going, because you'll have a lot of charter schools, and understandably, they're just concerned about operation of the school and getting the school open, but they'll open a charter school in a strip center or something like that, and they will not, contact or let engineering know that there is a school there. So we'll find out from parents, and then we'll have to go and take action after that and reach out to them. So I think that is something that could improve the communication between the charter schools and the city, so we can better help them with the school.
What would be helpful for you to be able to make that process efficient?
I think it would be helpful if we did get that specific information from Memphis Shelby County Schools as far as when new charter schools are opening, because we do not get that information.
But all charter schools aren't under the approval of MSCS. Some are under the state, so they don't go through MSCS.
Yeah, so I guess whoever the approving body is, if we would be able to get specific information from them that, hey, this school is opening at this location, we'd be aware and be able to better serve them.
Okay. Chair Councilwoman Johnson was down there.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. My question is, how much staff do you have allotted to this particular activity, monitoring the schools?
So in terms of dedicated personnel just for specific schools, we don't have a specific dedicated individual to do that. What we do is divvy up the necessary, the most requests that we get, we divvy it up depending on the workload of each individual staff members, and we assign those accordingly.
Okay, so in other words, we're not proactive, we're reactive in this situation.
We have staff that's responsible for this, but that's not their sole responsibility. They'll have 5 other things that they're responsible for as well. So we try to be as proactive as we can, but there's over 300 schools in the city if you count public, private, charter, and with our limited staff, we do have to rely on the school system to give us that information so we can properly act.
But I think this is getting to be extremely serious. I've had this complaint too, brought to my attention, that it's just, we're getting more people hit. We're talking about pedestrians getting hit. I mean, it's just difficult, even for parents to get across the street in some situations. It's just a lot. I mean, you got sidewalks that's being covered by debris that needs to be cleaned up. The kids have to walk through or walk around and get in the streets to get to school. So I think something needs to be done in regards to trying to set up a program to address the safety issues that these schools are dealing with. And I thank you for the work you are doing. I understand why you're doing it, but I just think probably more attention needs to be given to it.
All right. All hearts and minds are clear for this week. So you can expect to be coming back next week. All right. Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Director seem like y'all can get together as well. Have a conversation. All right, thank you so much. We're gonna go to item number 8 since Deputy COO Antonio Adams, because he so enthusiastically requested to come before us.
This is Antonio Adams, Deputy COO and Director General Services. This is simply an update on the General Services budget, and also to put you all on notice that we will be hiring. If you recall, during the budget session, there was a reduction in our personnel line of $850,000. We will start hiring in some essential support and essential staff positions. Our hiring will not impact that reduction at this particular time, but I wanted to put you all on notice. One of the key factors that we're looking at is while we're performing around 11 to 12% in full-time salaries, that is because we don't have the staff. But we do have people that are willing, able, and ready to fill the positions. At present, I'm at 55% of my overtime budget. So already, of this current. So yeah, I know the math and so right now I am at 17% of paying out of rank as we are working to Director Boleyn's point. We are dividing up the responsibility to other staff and we pay them accordingly. So right now we do have 34 positions that we're going to fill. They're in the property and grounds area where we're going to take advantage of an opportunity where we got new employees in the labor market with the yellow truck freight closure. We're going to hire some of their mechanics, some of their truck drivers, hopefully, as well. we are building a program and continuing to build a program under our building maintenance staff here where we take young people, and not necessarily young in age, young in career, who want to advance either as a boiler operator or an HVAC tech. We hire them, train them, send them to school, move on. And then, of course, we got 20 fleet positions that we are going to hire as well. That's 20 positions.
Is that 20 in addition to the 34?
No, this is included within the 34.
Okay, so, and I'm going to let you get back to your presentation. Of the 34 positions, after we fill those 34 positions, what's the timeline for that?
Some of the positions actually are in queue, and I have offers pending.
Okay.
So I've moved forward notwithstanding.
Okay.
And then the remaining positions, we plan to have everyone on board by mid-September.
Okay, then my next question, assuming we fill all those 34 positions, how many more positions do we have available in your division?
10.
10, so we're talking, okay, go ahead.
All right. But that's it. That's all that I have to provide as an update.
You know I like brevity.
Yes, sir.
All right, it appears our hearts and mind clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it for us, right? All right, at 10:08, this committee is adjourned.
At 10, I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee. Ms. Crichton, would you call the roll, please?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
And Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the agenda today, and we'll take them in the order as printed. The first is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate Assistance to Firefighter Grant, AFG, program funds in the amount of $635,327.27 from the Department of Homeland Security Operations Safety to be used for Safety Protective Gear, project number FS 91043, all council districts. This is sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there anyone to speak on this item? Good morning, Chief Sway.
Hey, good morning, Council. Good to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to.
That name and,
Yeah, Gina Sweat.
Yes.
I thought everybody knew
Yeah,
Gina Sweat.
we do. Somebody.
Yeah, Fire Chief, 2670 Avery. This grant is to buy, it was a grant we applied for and received turnout ensemble for new recruits this year. So this is going to help supplement our normal CIP replacement cycle. As we talked about during the budget season, with the new washing requirements because of the carcinogens in the turnouts, their lifespan is not lasting as long, so we're having to replace them sooner than we had in the past. And so this is to help supplement that program.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item number 2 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funding in the amount of $171,761.42 from the Fire Prevention and Safety Grant Program. This is project number FS 91055, all council districts sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. Chief Sweat.
Yes, this is part of our fire prevention initiatives. This is a software program. Our firefighters do what we call pre-incident planning. That means they go out and familiarize themselves with different commercial buildings, where our inspection bureau actually goes out and checks for fire code, new permits, and things like that when we're building. Currently, that's a very antiquated process, and they don't talk to each other. So now this program will allow our firefighters, when they see a fire code or a potential fire code issue, and our fire prevention bureau, for them to communicate back and forth and to make us a lot more efficient with our fire inspections and making sure we're aware of any hazards that might be in the buildings prior to our arrival.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it on that one. Item number 3 is a resolution appropriating $1,274,000 in GO bonds for project FS 404012, personal protective equipment for turnout ensemble. All council districts sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. Chief Sweat.
Yeah, this is our normal replacement, our CIP for personal protective equipment. It does include the turnout ensembles. It also includes the air mask, any that are damaged or face pieces that need to be replaced during the year, certain items, anything that the firefighter needs to make sure that their personal protective equipment is saved. So this is our regular CIP yearly expenditures for that.
Okay. Has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item number 4 is a discussion on the Memphis Police Department impound lot. This has been requested by Councilman Carlisle, and this has been held from July 25th and August 8th.
I don't think we need to.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. CJ Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street. I will allow Assistant Chief Jones and Deputy Chief Wright, is that your name? Paul Wright, to lead this conversation.
Good morning. I'm Paul Wright, Deputy Chief with Memphis Police Department Investigative Service Unit. And I'm in charge of the impound lot, city impound lot. I oversee that as one of my duties. I do have a short presentation to talk about just the numbers and kind of what we've been experiencing on the lot in the last few months. Recently, we implemented, it was July 14th, we implemented, okay, there you go. All right, there we go. Look it up. I don't know, I clicked the button here. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it,
Let's say, don't touch it again.
All right. So, let me switch up with you. So recently, we implemented the new policy to have vehicles diverted to private lots. And during that process, we did see a slight reduction in vehicles being sent to our lot. It's actually helpful. It improved us and gave us an opportunity to work at what we had on the lot and bring about decrease of and a better release of vehicles that's on our lot. We're able to work at some of the things that we hadn't been able to get to because of all the congestion that was on the lot. So I'll kind of start with our impound lot monthly comparison. And if you look at the impound lot monthly comparison, in June of 2023, if you notice, vehicles towed to the lot was 997 vehicles. And if you go to July, we went to 662 vehicles towed. And that's about the middle of that month is when we implemented going to private lots. So you saw a reduction. And now, as of today, well, as of yesterday, our numbers were at 181 vehicles towed to the lot as of August. So that's really good on our part, being able to work at the issues that we've been having. If you ever get an opportunity to go out to the lot, you will actually see that there have been some movement of vehicles. There is some clearance now where you can actually see a little bit of light on that lot. So we thank you all for helping us with that issue. Vehicles released, if you go to the numbers there, in June we had it was 827 vehicles released. And in July, we had 517, and now we're at 149 in August. So the release is going to go down a little because of the number of cars, but we plan on improving that as we go. Of course, in July, we had some sales. Well, it was a holiday in July, so the release wasn't as high as we wanted it to be. But we're working at that. Likewise, vehicles sold, we had 285 sold in June and 100 in July, going to 189 now. Of course, July was holiday month, so we did see a slight decrease in vehicles sold in July. So an overall number, from June, we went from 2,375 cars on our lot to 2,286 as of to date. So that's one thing we're real good at, well, happy about. We did a trend line just to see the lot 8-month trend line from June to August of this year, current date. And you can see there's been a 19% decrease in vehicles towed to our lot. From January, you see that the 2,816 number going all the way down to 2,286 to date in August. So we're happy. Like I said, we're real happy about that number. It's not a huge number, but it's getting, I'm telling you, if you go to the lot, you will see the improvements of the clearance that you're seeing. There are still issues that we're dealing with, and we are correcting those issues as we work through this. And this is pretty much a MPD, impound lot, number of vehicles impounded, released and sold. As you can see, August is the month that we'll focus on, the current month. And these are the numbers that we've already talked about. Vehicles impound was 191. And you can see that we're only taking in evidentiary vehicles, vehicles that's needed for investigative purposes. So that improved a lot. We also saw vehicles released at 149, as I said, and vehicles auctioned. We saw 189 vehicles auctioned for the month of August already. And that put us at 2,286 vehicles. And saying that, are there any questions?
Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Carlisle. Please note for the record, we've been joined by Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. Some of us have other places to be, unfortunately, sometimes. Sorry for my appearance. I forgot to pick up a dry cleaning yesterday. So just gonna be honest. I'm sorry, I've held this for several weeks. The one, to give you guys an opportunity to just know that it was coming, and to continue to focus on it. I know that Chief Ryan may want to mention, or I may have missed it early on, an update about what the administration is doing, but over the time, I had a chance with my staff to look at several of the ordinances and policies that have been put in place over time. And my question is whether or not you guys have done a comprehensive review of some of those policies, and for instance, I would be curious to know how it was determined by ordinance that no more than 6 cars could be sold to any individual per year other than authorized dealers, right? Like, who came up with that number? Why was that number the right number? Same for salvage, right? So we have all of these. There, to the general public, there is nothing sexy about the impound lot, but to the industry and to now the ripple effect that has occurred, because it's it's the thing that no one really wants to deal with. It has bubbled over and is causing, I think, from text messages and phone calls that I've gotten from patrolmen, it has caused a safety issue, a public safety issue. Whether it is wreckers and towers dealing with fees, wanting to come and pick up cars and how long it takes them, or the time it takes to drop off a vehicle that requires an officer to stay with that vehicle or check it in or whatever needs to happen from your internal policy standpoint and get back out on patrol. I think about a month ago, I got a phone call from an officer that got stuck 3 hours with a car. And so when we're having labor issues and coverage issues with our patrols, like that can't happen, right? Like that's an easy, low-hanging fruit thing to fix. Now, granted, this command staff, kind of like Chief McGowan with MLGW, isn't necessarily responsible for what's probably a couple decades worth of stuff. Some of you guys probably precinct commanders or colonels or excuse me, majors or even lieutenants at the time that all these issues started. So I'm not trying to lay this down at your feet and say that this is your problem. My guess is that this has been inherited over years and years and years. With that huge intro, we have to come and figure out a massive overhaul. The incremental change or the incremental desire to get rid of these vehicles is, I don't think, going to work, at least not in the rapid scheme that we need them to work. So my real question and direct question is like, what is the plan to move the needle in an accelerated pace to clean this issue up? I know Chief Ryan has been talking to, or I'll say exploring, that's probably the better way, exploring a third-party option. I know that Chief Davis has expressed her desire for the police department to not have to run the lot except for potentially maybe things that involve significant cases or things that involve the police department. So that's question one. And then question two, again, goes back to these policies. Like right now, I think we've had 8,000 vehicles stolen. For a lot of people, especially a lot of the types of cars, like their income, I read a policy that's kind of crazy. Like if your vehicle's stolen, you are responsible for the tow fee. Now, not the storage fee because it wasn't your fault, but like you have to pay part of that fee even though you didn't have anything to do with it, right? So, and again, this is like an old ordinance that somehow got put in place. So these are some of and we don't have to we can spend more time on this again internally, but these issues, especially before this administration departs, are things that it can fix to meet that brilliant at the basics mantra that's been in place for the last few years. Because my biggest fear is that the next administration is going to spend, as they should, I mean, you get 30 days maybe to transition, and then you're in, and then you've got to get up and going. And so the idea that the first thing they're going to want to tackle is the police impound lot, as a policy, is probably minor, but it's low-hanging fruit, I think, for me, that has a positive impact immediately if we can figure out how to clean up the operations and processes and procedures, especially when it comes to public safety, police manpower, and just generally good business practices, because it has an economic impact, too, for small business owners, especially like the group behind you. So can we dive into that just a little bit? And we don't have to, Mr. Chairman, we really don't have to spend too much time, but these are a few of the things I'd like to get out there, and then, we can have an ongoing conversation offline.
All right, great question. Sean Jones, 170 North Main. I'm going to tag team with Chief Ryan. So, when we first started this, we were dealing with, we kind of talked about the lot and the condition of the lot. We knew that we had about 2,900 cars on a lot that was able to hold 1,800 based on its basic design. And we talked about some of the problems with the lot that didn't allow us to maximize the capacity even with those numbers. So then we started addressing the problem, and the problem was really the delays of the wreckers, drivers coming to the lot, dumping cars, and the delays of officers having to wait on wreckers to come. And quite naturally, so that was our immediate concern. So basically what we did from that standpoint was we came up with a plan that, as you can see from the data, it has the trajectory now is going down. It's actually going down. We're seeing less cars on the lot. We went from 2,800, now we're down to 2,200 cars. And that's just, and one of the issues with July, the vendor that sells the cars only did one auction that particular month. So we should be making up for that this month. So you should see more cars leaving the lot. So as more cars go to the private lots and more cars are sold from our lots, the only cars that we'll have on the lots will be evidentiary cars that we need to go to court. So we are trending in the right direction. It's a decrease. And I think over the next 3 to 6 months, that number will be significantly decreased from what we see today if the trajectory, if the decrease continue as we see them.
Understood. Let me, real quick, can you just very, as best you can, as briefly as you can, remind me and everyone else, evidentiary cars, what is the policy and procedure once the DA notifies the Memphis Police Department about how, is that a fluid process? Is that something that's, right? Is that something, my guess is that we haven't invested in a significant amount of technology over at the impound lot. Mm-hmm. And so, it may be a loaded question, and we can, again,
No, we got it. So basically, you're dealing with cars some of them are seizure cars.
Sure.
So until that case is, adjudicated, we can't move to the next step of seizing those cars, and they become property of the city of Memphis, or either we sell those cars. Other cars are still needed to go to court. Maybe involved in a homicide, homicide by vehicle, or some other drug-related crime, but just some other crime. So once the DA has finished his case, and I guess with all appeals associated with that going through the judicial process, then those cars can be released.
Is that at the sole discretion of the district attorney?
For the district attorney, that's his evidence.
Right,
that's his evidence.
That's what I'm asking.
Right,
so it is at the sole discretion of the DA.
They control it. Yeah, they control that. Right.
All right. I may come back again later and just kind of ask about that, because I understand not wanting to mess up any sort of chain of custody or issue. But the other thing too is if you've got an assistant DA for some reason that's just busy, overwhelmed, doesn't notify. I would like to understand the process, because now you're talking about all these different entities making sure that they're communicating.
Yeah, and that's a great question. So we have constant communication with the DA's office, the officers involved in the specific cases that we're referring to, and they know when those cars can be released through that communication and working through that case with the DA's office.
Was that a phone call, an email, a letter?
Because it's in person, because we're dealing with them on that case.
All right. We'll move on. I want to come back to that probably maybe another time or again offline. What I want to know is from the moment the case is adjudicated and all appeals are exhausted, what the actual process is that goes from the DA, mechanically, the ADA goes over and talks to a police officer and hands him a slip, to an email goes to the car owner. I want to understand that process, because I've actually been asked that by a couple people that have been involved in cases, and I don't have the answer. And secondly, I want to make sure that we're as efficient as we can be at one, getting those cars back to individuals, and two, cleaning those cars off the lot. We don't have to jump into it now, but I just want to understand that better. All right, Chief.
Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main Street. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, for the opportunity to speak about this. And I want to thank the police department for the work they've done over the last few months to get the numbers down. We have been exploring with some options on possibly a vendor to take over the lot. We've walked the lot. We've identified some opportunities, just like what you're talking about with the DA's office, and they're looking at some policies as well on how they release these hold vehicles, these evidentiary hold vehicles. We have some that are very, very long in queue that we've been working with them on. So yes, to answer your question, we have been working with exploring these opportunities, options to bring on someone else. I expect to have more information about that in about a month or two. Our goal is absolutely to have some sort of resolution in place before this term.
Does the county have its own impound lot?
They do.
Why don't they hold the vehicles? It's a district. We turn our prisoners over to the sheriff's office. The DA is a county entity, maybe constitutionally elected, but why are we holding on to those vehicles for that long of a period of time? Or at least have some sort of joint agreement where we're sharing the burden?
This is a question that has come up in our conversations. It's something that we are exploring. We don't have an answer to that right now.
Boy. All right. That's not your fault, but I got you. All right. Do you want to make...
Yeah,
Chief. Yeah.
Just briefly, we're exploring the possibility of having an auxiliary lot for whole vehicles, especially some of those seized vehicles, just kind of get them off the lot. So that's one of the options we're looking at as well.
Perfect. I've got other questions, but they're more mechanical about some of the ordinances. You have your internal policies that are guiding some of these things, and we've got some older outstanding ordinances, and I'd love to get some time not a lot, but just to maybe walk through them and say, and especially with you as well, just to see if we can't change anything from our end. Like, again, how with 6 cars determine why, when we've got, $500 million worth of vehicles that may be stolen this year, are we placing part of that fee on the car owner? Some of those things that we just need to go back, because some of them are older ordinances.
And there's some state law opportunities that we can take advantage of too that we've identified. So we're working on a number of those things.
That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Colleagues, any other questions? Well, I have a few. Going back to, I know that we are, at this point, almost 100% more than we were all of last year. So if we have more stolen cars, how are those being disposed of right now? Are they going to the lot? Are they going to the tow companies?
Yes, sir. Great question. So that was a part of the ordinance change, that all those stolen cars would now be dispersed through the various record companies that contract with us. So they're not going onto our lot. So that's one reason for the decrease.
Gotcha. Councilman Warren. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Next item that we have is a discussion item. This is the Memphis Police Department and the Downtown Memphis Commission Downtown Safety Plan. This was requested by Councilwoman Logan, who's out today with her daughter is a little ill, but I think she's tuning into this. And if you are tuning in, Councilwoman Logan, would you please send to your research analyst any questions that you may have? Good morning.
Good morning. So, make sure I'm on. Okay. Good morning, CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street, Chief of Police. The update we have this morning, and right now, Chief Crow is passing out a copy of the downtown plan. We made a few tweaks to it over the weekend, only so that it could be a little bit more explanatory to motorists in the downtown area, especially for them to understand the directions of travel that they could travel in, and also really just sort of encapsulate the entire downtown space, the pedestrian space, and so on. So the downtown traffic plan was developed, by the Memphis Police Department in association with the Downtown Commission, with quite a bit of input from our businesses downtown. We met with them last week just so that we could get their input as well. The traffic plan was disseminated to all media outlets and posted to the Memphis Police Department's website and also the city's website, and we had significant media coverage. We also worked with the Downtown Commission to make sure that other businesses in the downtown area that might not be a Beale Street business or whatever, but other associations had this plan and understood how it could potentially even impact the periphery of that downtown space that we're focusing on. This weekend, we had the assistance of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office at 3 locations, providing additional support in managing crowds and traffic. We implemented the traffic plan on Friday evening at 8:00 p.m. with all personnel resources assigned to specific posts as designated in that traffic plan that you're looking at. There's some icons to show you where we had actual uniform persons, and then we had other ones that were literally roving, in the downtown space. There are now 2 majors assigned to the EDU precinct, one for the entertainment pedestrian corridor, and then another supervisor for uniform patrol assigned to EDU. MPD utilized fixed barricades to create friendly pedestrian corridors without blocking public parking lots, businesses, or impacting hotel customers. The department deployed the MPD command vehicle to stage in a prominent and visible location at approximately 10 p.m. and after into the morning hours. Uniform marked units were assigned to patrol the downtown area and the perimeter of the traffic plan as well. The police department maintained visibility with uniformed personnel by scheduling a second shift. This is something that we didn't have. Our officers typically got off at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, but we found that a lot of the activity that was going on, a lot of the undesirable activity was occurring after the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour.
So we assigned another shift to cover those hours after midnight into the early morning hours, 6 o'clock or so. Businesses on Beale Street who play loud music after prohibited hours, violating the city's ordinance, they're also being given warnings to adjust the sound and entertain those customers visiting inside of their establishments and not outside in the streets. That's where we had, quite a few problems with loud music outside, sort of creating a block party atmosphere. A lot of fun, but a lot of egregious stuff going on after people have so much alcohol and bringing weapons onto that Beale Street corridor. The Downtown Commission has invested in standalone metal detectors for the Handy Park entrance to Beale, effectively identifying persons armed with guns. I walked through a couple of those this weekend myself. They work very well. They're not unsightly. They're a very discreet way of knowing whether or not someone has a weapon on them walking into that area, and we believe that those metal detectors are going to be important to add to all of the entrances, the main corridors, the north end, the south end, and also Handy Park and then the other entrance as well. We plan to assist in acquiring and helping acquire some of these metal detectors as well. The Real-Time Crime Center cameras have recently been installed on the Beale Street corridor and in other areas of downtown to assist with situational awareness real time so that we can see different areas of the downtown space in different parking lots and corners. And drop-in visits were made to business owners during the night to ensure there were no interruptions to the normal business hours and to, the normal flow of business for our downtown folks. That was pretty much the plan that went into place. I want to make sure I got everything. But, I do want to say that the current strategy is not a temporary fix for a very pervasive problem that we've seen with the type of violent crime that's occurred, homicide at one point downtown, and then the recent shooting, which we believe is unacceptable. But we know that times have changed and the downtown space has to be treated totally different than we've treated it in the past. And therefore, this plan will be a plan that will be sustained with permanent personnel. Right now, we're borrowing individuals to be in that space, but we plan to have this as a permanent sort of fixture in that downtown area on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. We'll continue to also assess the plan to make sure that we don't interfere with businesses and make sure that we don't keep people from getting to restaurants, hotels, and other areas of downtown space. As far as we could see, just being out there, the crowds were lively. They were enjoying themselves. They were peaceful, and that's what we hope for the future for downtown.
Don't know if Ms. Young, welcome. Don't know if there's anything you wanted to ask.
No, Chief pretty much covered. Paul Young, President of Downtown Memphis Commission. She covered it well, and this is going to be something that we constantly monitor and work together. We all want to make sure that we have a safe, lively environment for downtown. We know that when we get bad headlines in downtown, it has an outsized impact on our whole city and our whole economy. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping things safe, and this weekend was a great step in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you. I have questions from Councilman Warren, followed by Smiley, any on this end, and Carlisle.
Just a couple. So
Johnson.
On the barricades that we see on this map, these are barricades that move, so police officers let people who are hotel people in a car get to their hotel, someone going to a restaurant, get to a restaurant. How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely great question. So none of the restaurants and hotels should be barricaded because we did have a small snafu at the beginning of the plan, but we made that quick adjustment to that on Peabody Place on Friday night to remove that. So that should not have happened, but the plan is really set up so that you can gain access to all the venues uninhibited for the most part.
Okay, how are these blockades then working, the barricades? What are they doing if they're not limiting access? How are they working?
Yeah,
explain
absolutely.
that.
So the limiting access as it relates to Beale Street primarily. So it's creating that pedestrian-friendly corridor. So if you want to be on Beale Street, you can be out there. You don't have to worry about cars getting there.
You're gonna need to park to get to Beale Street and walk.
Right, in the park, but the parking decks and the parking lots are available and accessible, you know, to get there.
Yeah,
Right.
and what I'll say is that the parking decks, the ones that are utilized today, one would have to park in that parking deck and just walk to Beale Street anyway. We're not blocking anyone from being able to access the parking decks in close proximity.
So if I'm going to Beale Street, I need to think about which direction I'm coming from, because I'm not gonna park on the parking deck on the other side of Beale Street easily.
Yes.
I wanna park on the one from the direction I'm coming from. So if I'm coming from south, I don't park in the north parking deck.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, and what we tried to do was make sure that we communicated this to the media, and we've also posted it on our website. So individuals coming downtown, they can just go to our website, or if they've listened to the TV and the radio, they would know, you know, what it is they need to do in order to gain access to downtown businesses.
So I think that's one of the things we want to really make sure we get out so people know and make it easy. I guess the other question I had is, based on our current environment with open carry and permitless carry and stuff like that, what are metal detectors going to do for us? Do we have a law that says people can't open carry on Beale Street? And if so, have they taken that away from us yet in Nashville?
I'll let Mr. Young answer that question.
Yeah, on Beale Street, we always wand and ID after a certain time period, because once we put up those barriers, it's almost like we have a private venue. And so we have the legal ability to ensure that you don't bring guns. And what Chief Davis was referencing is that in addition to our wanding, we now have some security scans where you can just walk through. So you walk through, you don't have to take anything out of your pocket. It can automatically see if you have a knife or a gun, and it'll go off. So we're making it even easier to walk through, but still ensure that you can't bring those weapons on.
We'll follow up with you a little bit more offline on that, if you don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smiley.
Dr. Warren next, I'm out.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle, followed by Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. I was downtown 2 weeks ago and left 30 minutes before one of our police officers was assaulted with 6 guests in town from the golf tournament from St. Louis. So I'm glad I was able to get out of there before it hit the fan, because I was standing in front of Huey's, which is about a block and a half away from that. And I have to be honest, it hurt to have one of them I went to school with, and he brought in a member of the C-suite from Stiefel, which is an investment bank that has offices here. One guy who's the Missouri Attorney of the Year, and on and on. And it was terrible to get a text message the following day saying, jokingly, but saying that they felt like Memphis was more dangerous than St. Louis. And I'm smiling, but it's one of those just very painful things, because I've been raising this issue since last December. And it just increasingly has become problematic. And I know that a lot of these incidences have happened not necessarily on Beale Street, but I would make the case they are as a result of Beale Street being the entertainment district, which falls, Mr. Young, in your purview. The police department does not, but the safety, security, and management of Beale Street is a DMC responsibility. The surrounding areas, however, Chief Davis, belong to you and Mr. Young to coordinate as the Downtown Memphis Commission with the Blue Suede Brigade, your officers, and the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. So, Mr. Young, you just made a comment that's, I think, important, which goes back to before the barricades come up. I would tell you, as somebody that's been coming down here since probably before I was legally supposed to be in those establishments, that's one of the big problems, is that the barricades come up at what, 10, 9, 8. People are aware of that, and they'll get on the street, and then you end up with people on the street in large numbers who are either not participating in the establishments, or it's so crowded they've deterred people that actually want to go in and spend money and participate in the establishments, or alcohol is being passed out by people that are 21 and older to people that are not. So I would suggest one of two things has to start happening, is that the DMC's got to take a more proactive role as the manager and start, when you are IDing people, Disney World style, you've got to issue 2 different kinds of wristbands. One is 21 and up, and the other one's not. That way, the police department at 11 p.m. can start slowly walking down the street. And if you don't have a wristband with a certain color on it, you're out. Same for the establishments. They have leases with the city, with the, I don't even know all the entities. I'll call it the Beale Street Development Corporation and its assigns and successors. But those leases, as you know, have specific language about how and when they can serve alcohol and what manner they can serve alcohol, when they can have loud noises, and whether the Beale Street Merchants Association realizes it or not, we have to start enforcing those leases because the end result of them continuing to operate as if they are their own, as if they run the street, is not beneficial to the safety and security and to their long-term viability. And I think we can agree on that based on the trend that we're seeing. So my real question, though, with this group here is I read in the mayor's newsletter or on the news, in the news, that the mayor was unaware that the traffic plan had gone away. I would say that that's not good for the chief executive to be unaware of that. So my question is, and he said after conversations with the Beale Street Merchants Association. So who gave the order? Like, who was in the room to change that plan and authorize that change? And who was talking and leading that discussion? Clearly the Beale Street Merchants Association. And who were they talking to?
So I think part of what occurred about the traffic plan is we had a change in leadership downtown. And some of that was a new leader deciding she was going to attempt to apply a different method. We quickly found out that that method was not working. We reinstituted and shored up the traffic plan that you're speaking of. We really didn't have a lot of input from the downtown, commission or the business owners about that. That was strictly just an internal sort of effort to try something new. Did not work, and once we were aware of it, we re-implemented. And as I said before, this particular plan is one that isn't a weekend or summer plan anymore, council member. This is a permanent solution to a space that we want to continue to be one that's attractive to people to come to, but at the same time, limit the type of behavior, some of the egregious behavior that was going on in the wee hours of the morning. It created a dangerous environment.
And I just want to add, I don't know about the conversation around the traffic plan, but to the comments that you made earlier, I definitely appreciate the notion of having different color bands and things at an earlier time so that you know who's underage after certain time periods. But I just want to point out that this did not take place on Beale Street. And so I want to make sure that we don't color this most recent incident with what's happening on Beale Street. What happens on Beale Street is people that have bad intentions or don't intend to follow the law want to keep their guns on them. They hang out on the periphery of Beale Street.
On this, in this instance, I will concede that point.
I just want to defend them because
I don't want us to get stuck in this one incident. We are having this conversation as a result of that because that's what Councilman Logan requested. But we have had multiple incidences since I have been on this council that have occurred on Beale Street with large volumes of people, whether it's a stampede or it's large groups gathering down towards 4th and down towards, well, now Ida B. Wells and now down towards 3rd Street. I think it's 3rd. Yeah, 3rd. The farther east, the larger the congregating, I'll put it that way, which is ironic because the fewer the businesses are on Beale Street, right? Like you would think they'd be up towards where the operating entities are. But President Young, fair point on this one instance. But I'm just telling you, years and years and years, and having lived down here for several years, in my personal experience, and I guarantee the data, the majority of people that are underage go in early, and this is a very simple, cheap solution to ensuring that we don't have minors violating the city's curfew under the management of a quasi-governmental agency. So you can do that one. And here's the thing that's hanging out there that no one's really said publicly that I'll say. We have $600 million that we are supposed to deploy for sports tourism, of which a significant amount will ultimately and likely be earmarked for the renovation in the hopes that the NBA and the Grizzlies basketball organization signs off on a new lease, which is of critical importance to downtown's economy, to West Tennessee, and to Memphis's identity. And a big concern, if I'm in the Grizzlies ownership group, is the status of Beale Street and what it's going to look like over the next 20 years. Because when you are back to back facing an alleyway with dumpsters and you've got this kind of headline, that impacts your brand. And that's a real problem. And I recognize that there are people out there, whether they're council, mayoral, or just the general news, that are talking about how crime's important all over the city, and they're absolutely right. But here's a hard truth. When people talk about Chicago or New York or LA and their trips there, they didn't land and head out down to East LA. They usually are in some large tourist area, and then that is their experience in that city, to which they go back and tell people, I had a great time in X city, because they were in whatever tourist zone that was. And so I said this almost a year ago, if we cannot find a way to make Memphians and tourists alike feel safe and comfortable downtown, we will lose this city. I don't know any other way to state it any more clearly. And I recognize for the police department in particular, what a tall order that is when we only have less than 2,000 officers and you have 300 square miles, and every life and neighborhood is equally as important when it comes to that point. So know that I'm not pounding the table and say downtown over everybody else, but we have to recognize its importance in how we are viewed around the country. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. My concern is, are we asking the tourists or the citizen to walk any additional steps to park to get to where they would ordinarily go to?
No, not at all. Okay. They still have access to the exact same parking decks in the private lots. What we did prohibit is the amount of traffic that's allowed in that area, but those same entrances to parking decks and parking lots exist.
Okay, thank you. That was my concern. And I'm sure you had adequate staff there, officers there monitoring.
We did, and a lot of it, and we encouraged our officers to be as helpful to our motorists as possible about how to get to different locations. And really the drive was not like they had to drive a mile out of the way in order to get to a parking that is relatively simple. I drove the lot this weekend a couple of times and found it very easy to get to various parking decks. But I will say this while I have the opportunity. We agree with the state of our downtown space, and we realize that that's what tourists see first. And it's important for us to maintain an environment of safety. But working with our downtown partners and our downtown business owners has been a big part of being able to do something different at a higher level and encouraging them that times have changed. And unfortunately, we can't just allow people to just be in the downtown space with guns and all of the other things that contribute to a very, very bad situation. So we plan to maintain this particular plan as a way of the future for our downtown space, and hopefully it'll curtail all of these types of incidents.
I assume you're using cameras a lot as far as
Absolutely.
constantly viewing.
We have new cameras that are erected. They were very helpful this weekend as well for us to monitor the crowds and just have an idea of the number of people that were in the downtown space. We didn't see where the crowd was decreased. Businesses continue to operate. People continue to enjoy themselves. The difference was that we had more controls as far as weapons were concerned, and as far as the number of vehicles that commit reckless types of acts downtown, the burnouts and donuts and all the other things that were occurring in the periphery of that downtown area.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan has a couple of questions. She would like clarity on how many entrance and exit points onto Beale Street there are, and how all other access is closed, and how are other access points monitored?
Yeah, so good morning, Stephen Chandler, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main.
We'll try to break down our questions. As far as entry control points onto Bill Street, you're talking Bill Street proper. There's 4 entrances into Bill Street. You've got one on 2nd, one on 3rd, one on 4th, and I'm trying to remember the name of the street, but I can't remember. It's a small side, Rufus Thomas.
Okay.
There's another one, and then you've got the same number of exits on there. The hardened metal detectors, I'll have to defer on where they're placed, but they have been placed. Other security measures have been put in place to kind of shore up our weak spots. By Bill Street Management, they put shepherd's hooks on our fence around Handy Park because we had a lot of problems with juveniles scaling the fence, and they're doing the same on the backside with Bill Alley. And the second part of the question, you'll have to read to me again.
Yeah, so the second part was, how are the other access points monitored?
So Bill Street Management hires a security company to man those positions, and they're usually there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., manning those entry points and exit points.
Okay. What about the improved lighting around the perimeter of Bill?
Yeah, so the lighting was installed last year, so when you go down there, you'll see that it's much, much brighter on Beale Street. Almost looks like a football game, daylight out there. So it's very inviting, and we've eliminated many of those dark spots along the street. But that's on Beale Street proper.
Okay. How are minors out on Bill Street after curfew being addressed?
So that's always a challenge. Bill Street itself, we're in discussion with DMC and some others about some slight changes to Bill Street to hopefully remove an element that wants to come down there for non-legitimate purposes. As far as juveniles concerned, we try to mitigate as much as possible. We know that they're coming in on foot. We have officers that are doing outside patrols and marked units. We do have some unmarked units that are out on patrol as well. And when we identify juveniles that are out past curfew, then we detain them, contact their parents, and try to return them back home.
And then are the Shelby County Sheriff's Office deputies, Tennessee Highway Patrol, PSTs, reserves, all assisting?
They usually assist when we have special events or holidays. Recently, we've asked the Shelby County Sheriff's Department to assist us after the week prior's incident to shore up some of the other traffic control points that we had so that there would be no breach. We have not asked Tennessee Highway Patrol at this point because they're doing such a fantastic job on our interstates and some of our state highways. As PSTs, we really don't want them down there blocking traffic on a weekend night. That is not a good place for them to be as they're unarmed. And not saying that there is a proclivity for violence downtown, but we certainly wouldn't want to put them in a situation where they're unable to defend themselves.
Okay. I think that's, how are we increasing Blue Suede Brigade numbers? Are we increasing? Yes, if so.
Yeah, so we have increased. I think we have about 32 right now, which is our complement. We were at about 24, 25. We've been doing a lot of aggressive advertising and working to try to make sure we keep those spaces filled. There is a lot of turnover in that job, but we're working to make sure we keep as many of them on the team as possible.
Okay. I have Councilwoman Easter Thomas, but since we're on talking about the patrols there, what's the permanency? So you said that only after the recent incident did the Sheriff's Department deputies, are they patrolling Bill Street? Is there a way to have, what do we have to do to have Sheriff's Department deputies complementing MPD? You know, Memphis is the largest contributor to Shelby County's coffers. And so from the standpoint of having, what do we have to do to have sheriff's deputies down there side by side? We should forget about any type of territorial issues with this because Memphians are the largest contributors to Shelby County's coffers. What do we have to do, Sheriff Bonner, to have on a permanent basis sheriff's deputies alongside? We talked about 2,000 officers. Last I checked, Memphis is in Shelby County. to have sheriff's deputies down there as long as Memphis PD is down there, as long as we have an entertainment district, having sheriff's deputies alongside Memphis Police Department on a permanent basis? How do we do that? What's standing in the way of that being done?
So I don't know that anything's really standing in the way at this point. We have not had the conversation to make the request for just permanent help. What we've done in the past.
So let me just say this, and this is just my point. I'm a permanent taxpayer of Shelby County, so
to your point,
as long as my taxes are going to Shelby County, I want some of that coming back to Memphis, and that's always been my plan. That's not directed towards you.
Right.
That's just a general statement that I'm putting in it.
So I think
yes.
So I think what we've had in the past really has been sort of these pop-up operations. And as I said earlier, this is not a pop-up operation. This is the new normal for the downtown space, and we plan to staff it permanently. So the conversation with the Sheriff's Department will be, what permanent staff can we count on to be a part of this plan as well?
Okay, so I would, colleagues, I guess I will be bringing forth a resolution that we'll send across the street as taxpayers of Shelby County, Tennessee, as Memphians are. Well, okay, well, I'm saying across the street, being the sheriff across the street, just addressing Shelby County, everything Shelby County on the other side of Maine, to make that request coming from this body as representatives of 2/3 of Shelby County, Tennessee's population. Chief Davis, you addressed, I have another quick question here, talking about the new shifts and the changing of the shifts. Yeah, what time does this new shift start, and how many officers are in this overnight shift?
Chandler, can you answer that for me? You have more of the operation plan.
So I'm assuming you're talking about, well, let me try that again. There we go. I'm assuming you're talking about the entertainment district unit.
Yes.
So what we did this past weekend was something that we have done previously. If you recall, we assigned 25 additional officers to Bill Street last year to fill vacant spots. We had atrophied down to 15 officers, and we were relying heavily on the uniform patrol to backfill. Since we've had a couple officers retire, some of them have bid to other positions. So in order to increase our staffing, the uniform patrol chief elected to send one officer per precinct, with the exception of North Main, down to Bill Street. And that included the alpha shift officers, which work 11 a.m. to 7 a.m.
So the 11 a.m. to 7 a.m. piece is sort of the new piece for the entertainment district. However, for these past weekends and for this plan, we borrowed those individuals. As we have classes to come out, we will be permanently assigning this shift, so that, because we know this is a recurring thing, people are coming out at 3 o'clock in the morning, much different than in years past, and staying out in the streets at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. So we plan to have shifts to cover those hours as well. Mm-hmm.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Since, as Councilman Carlisle brought up, since Paul brought up, a lot of this stuff is on the perimeter or in the area, and it's been that way for a while. Have we gotten the stats on the issues on Bill versus the issues around in the downtown area? Have we received that?
Well, we can farm it out. I mean, we can actually, map what's occurring on Bill Street and what's occurring in the perimeter. The perimeter area, you're correct. That's why we've added patrols in the perimeter area too, because if individuals can't get on Bill Street, what they do is they go and occupy private lots, and we've even talked about the private parking lots where individuals are congregating, and that's a further discussion about how do we hold private parking lot owners responsible for security on their private lots, because a lot of activity goes on, pop-up parties in those locations too. So we can get those stats, because some of the stats will show that some of our issues are occurring even on Riverside, drag racing and things like that, and in other intersections of the downtown area.
Yeah, because I think that'll help frame as we're talking about. It doesn't even matter who's the district rep. We're all concerned about downtown. As we are framing our conversation around what's actually possible and then what's actually going to be helpful. But I will just point out, as I always do, we're still not having in our conversation talks about youth, productive things for the youth to do. Are we saying youth are the problem and we're not naming that? This is still an ongoing conversation for years since I was a wee lad around downtown. And we're still not having that conversation about, we're talking about tourists and when tourists come and how they think about us and how the people coming to the forum thinks about Memphis, but we're not talking about what the youth of Memphis are doing. What are they allowed to do? What are they encouraged to do? And how do they feel safe doing that? We won't be successful if we don't have a downtown. We won't be successful as a city if we don't have a youth that's able to take in what all that we've said we've prepared for them. So I just encourage all my colleagues to keep that on the forefront of your minds as we develop in this conversation around it, because downtown should be for everyone. Beale Street, not so much after a certain time, doing certain things. But if we spend most of our time trying to keep people out of somewhere, it's just going to come like it's been doing to the perimeters. Maybe it won't penetrate that area of Beale, but around it. So I just want to have that up there, that's always at the top of my mind when thinking about what's the best option to do. But I haven't heard anybody talk about youth today. Doesn't mean you're not thinking about them, but let's keep that in the forefront of our minds.
Councilman Carlisle.
I think it's a very fair point, but I'll be blunt. There is nothing productive for youth to be doing from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. other than sleeping in their bed. And I think that's the crux here is it's not an issue, and we have very few instances downtown other than petty theft, like small car break-ins, et cetera. The major incidences occur between 10 p.m. and 3 or 4 a.m., usually involving somebody in and around the periphery, but the draw is Beale Street. And to the point, if they can't get on, they go somewhere else. It's a very fair point. But from the youth aspect, there is no youth programming available at 1 a.m. because they're supposed to be at home, in bed, resting to go to church the next morning on a Saturday night. And that is not something that government can solve. Like that is, I don't know any other way to say it. I mean, that's just, I'll be as blunt as I can. Now, Sunday afternoons, which used to be a huge issue with congregating down at Tomley Park, and actually I know cruising, I'm surprised cruising hasn't come up, because I know that's something that people are asking us to define. If you were around downtown in the early 2000s, the issue that was happening is that it was becoming a very hot trend to put spinners on cars and 24-inch tires, and people would rev and knife, which is a hard cut angle, down Union Avenue from 4th to about Riverside Drive, and then roll down Riverside Drive, and they would do it, pedestrians be damned. And that's where the no cruising signs came from, if I recall, for those that were around. But again, we can create opportunities for youth. We had $1.5 million overrun in the Office of Youth Services this year, which is why we gave it to parks and libraries. But to be clear, and for the public, from 10, 11 p.m. to about 5:30 in the morning, there is no youth activities because you ain't supposed to be out. There's nothing good that happens after that time period. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? Councilwoman East Thomas.
Carla, I do agree with that. I'm not talking about youth being out at night. I'm talking about the rest of the day, so that they don't see their only opportunity in glitz and glam is coming out at night. So we need to get them the other hours with grant allocations that we're all trying to do for the day, and whatever else that we can do is a part of that full engagement cycle conversation, and not just saying, oh, the only fun time in Memphis is downtown after 10 o'clock, because then everybody's going to come down, which is fine, but we need to make sure that we're engaging youth at all appropriate times during the day so that they don't feel as though their only option for a good time is downtown at 1 a.m., just to clarify. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have one last question. This is I'm looking at the map here, talking about access to parking garages. If you look at where the Havana Mix, I know that there's a garage right there. It seems like there's cutoff to accessing that garage there. Is that the case here? Am I looking at it correctly?
It is not.
Okay.
You can absolutely access that garage.
There's a far east entrance almost all the way down by 4th Street by the surface parking lot.
Right, yeah, so but if you look at, looks like, Ida B. Wells, so coming off of Union, you can't head south.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
To a certain extent, you can head south. If you tell the officers there that you're parking in the garage
okay.
at 250 Peabody Place or trying to get to Havana Mix, you've actually got 3 parking structures there. You get 2 flat lots and a parking garage.
Uh-huh.
People can come there that have a legitimate purpose. Either they're going to work, they're going to park, or they're going to visit one of the establishments.
Okay.
They're
So they
allowed
just
access.
essentially just tell the officers, hey, I want to park in that garage that's at.
Correct. And we're
4th
looking at
Peabody
getting
Place.
placards for those that are employees down there so that we automatically know when they turn
Okay.
that they belong inside that perimeter. But we wanted to prevent those with a non-legitimate purpose getting back there and doing what Councilman was just talking about with the burnouts and everything else.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you.
And we were very aware of that location, wanted to make sure that we didn't interfere with Havana Mix.
Okay, good. Thank you. Seeing no more questions on this item, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Young, for this discussion item. And is there any other business to come before the public? Okay.
I've got just one thing
Yes.
for next meeting. Okay. Sorry, and I'll be quick, Mr. Chairman. This is a police and, Mr. Young, you're good. Police and general services. Spend time over the next 2 weeks getting ready to talk about fleet ordering and fleet maintenance. This is not just the police department. This is going to be, I'm going to get as within my powers of the charter, as heavy-handed as I can on this policy and procedure. The way that we order cars and the way that we enforce our maintenance policies citywide must change. An organization of our size has got to have best practices as if we are a private entity. And I don't know many private entities that procure automobiles in the manner that we do. And I know that for general services, and I wish Antonio were here, but I didn't give him a heads up, and that's my fault, so not his. I know that we have a labor shortage. I know that we have body shop issues. I know that we have cars that have dings or whatever. But at the end of, and I know we've got supply chain getting new vehicles. And you are not the only department that is having issues and struggles, whether it's of your own fault, general services ability to turn them around. But we have got to come together to fix and make a determination how we are going to manage the city's fleets outside of what I would call very specialized vehicles like armored vehicles, right? Like that's something very unique, right? But we've got to figure this out again before there's a giant shakeup, because I think there's an opportunity to fix and streamline some of these back of house issues that are not out in the public, that are just best practices, and hold certain individuals responsible for those. Because from what I'm seeing is it's so messed up right now that you really can't hold any one entity or individual or in your case, commander responsible for the management of their fleet, because there are so many moving pieces. But we have an opportunity, I think, that we can, either police is going to do it all or general services is going to do it all. And I mean, we just have to figure that out. And that involves Chief Ryan and her team probably more than anybody. But we've got to do that. Like we have to have the desire to fix some of these policies before we get to a changeover. Because again, I don't think the next administration's first thing is going to get to something that nuanced, but it's going to have a significant impact financially, because we should save money, because we're doing proper maintenance, we're doing preventative maintenance, we're getting best pricing because we're ordering bulk cars, like one design, we know who's ordering what. Those things have to come together. So I just want to give you a heads up, and if you want to talk to me in the meantime to talk more specifically about my concerns, I'm happy to make myself available, but I'm putting you on notice that either in the next meeting or the following meeting, depending on the amount of time, that is something that we have to talk about and has to get rectified from where I'm sitting. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other business to come before the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee, this committee meeting is adjourned.
Too. And I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Chair is here. Colleagues, we're going to kick item number 2 to next meeting and probably talk to them about maybe more biannual report. Item number 1, is Jonesy in here? No, he's not. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to move this to, we're going to go ahead and move it with no recommendation to downstairs, or not to downstairs. We're going to move it, which means it'll still be on the next week's agenda. It'll be with next week's agenda, yeah, with same night minutes. And worst case scenario, we can always stop that, pull it off the minutes, but I see myself included, everybody expeditiously working to pick their grant allocation. So just to move this along, and then that way you've got really till next meeting to get all of your, okay, I'm happy to do that. Bring a resolution and executive if you got it. But I'm just gonna go ahead and get this one on for next week because I don't know that everybody's gonna have their 75%. Yeah. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So, no, I'm going to change it. Are you ready? You've got something that you want to go tonight? Okay. Well, okay, so we're going to move this resolution to executive. They can be presented then. I'd still say don't do it with same night minutes because then people can amend them out if they need to in the following weeks. And I don't think it's going to have any material impact on them receiving them.
We don't need to say that.
Yeah. They'll know. I mean, they'll know. I hate slamming it. I hate slamming it through, and it's not absolutely necessary. And I know people are still working on it. Here's what I'm worried about: is the oversubscription problem. A lot of times, the reason, and I don't want to drag this out. We can talk about it more later because it's not really a debatable item, but I know people try to figure out in a positive way, trying to work together to say, hey, I want to be supportive of this organization. They're oversubscribed. And so I want to balance that. Yeah, I want to try and balance that out. So just for today, let's move this to executive and then we'll go on. All right, well, if everybody else, well, I guess we'll have first aid come on up. That's what I try to do. I try and supplement towards the end.
I will make note that this may be the first time in a very long time we've been ahead of schedule. All right, so we're on item number 2, presentation on pre-K 2022 to 2020 quarter 3 report. All council districts requested by First State Memphis. Go ahead. We still there?
Are we still? Yeah, we're still in the morning.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having us. This is our quarter 3 report. As you know, we have to report out every quarter on our pre-K funding.
Out.
My name and address. Thank you. Dr. Candace Thomas, Executive Director of First State Memphis.
Can you introduce the young man to your right?
Corey Strong, Director of Partnerships, First State Memphis, 794 Tresvant 38112.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. We are reporting out on our pre-K outcomes from quarter 3 of the last school year, reflecting January 2nd to March 10th. You have a packet of materials in front of you. You should have a PowerPoint deck. That's what we'll go over today, but there's also a written report, and then there is our early childhood systems overview and report in your packet as well, and we can go over that at any time. And we actually do plan to come before a city council this fall to go over pre-K in totality as well as our early childhood plan. So in your packet, there are a couple of slides on the first few pages reminding the city council and the budget committee about who First State is and the role of First State. And I'd like to move us to actually slide 5 to remind us how the money flows from yep, I can pull it up. We did send it. I do. All right.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to remind us all about the role of First State in pre-K and to show you how the flow of money goes. We just want to always be open and transparent about that. That money comes from the city and the county, and it comes to First State Memphis as your pre-K fiscal agent. We then fund pre-K for 1,600 4-year-olds in Memphis and across Shelby County. And those are 4-year-olds who are income eligible based on voluntary pre-K standards that are set by the state. We have been in discussion with the city and county about increasing the income threshold to make sure that we're reaching full enrollment. And then we work with the with the University of Memphis and Seeding Success on reviewing our data. And there's a constant feedback loop between all of us to provide you the data that we need to make sure we're doing our work well. So we're gonna just go over the what the money looks like as of quarter 3, again, January through March, and then our outcomes. So in quarter 3, we paid out $3.3 million to pre-K operators. And you see here, the money is mostly used for personnel, and then 6% program and 3% administrative. We will have a finalized fiscal year 23 budget by the end of September, but you see here our projected budget overall is $14.8 million, and then we have projected budgets for this fiscal year 24 as well as fiscal year 25. So in terms of outcomes, thanks, Corey. Just to remind you that our elements of our 4 elements of our program is holistic family engagement, instructional coaching, data collection, and operator alignment. And we really work to make sure that we have pre-K classrooms with your funding across Memphis. So you'll see here a map and all of our pre-K operators. This shows that we are moving closer and closer towards full enrollment. So enrollment is one of the measures that you've asked us to continue to collect. You see here 95% capacity where those neighborhoods are, 76 to 74% capacity. And we continue to work in the zip codes with below 75% capacity to make sure we're enrolling as many families as possible. And then you see here on the next slide on page 17, where each First Aid Memphis classroom is in each city council district. Oh. Yeah, go next one. That one, so slide 17, yeah. Okay. And then for enrollment, so by the end of quarter 3, our classrooms were at 89% enrollment. This was it's a huge win for all of us. You may remember that last year our enrollment was at 75%, which was consistent with Memphis Shelby County Schools. So, you know, we're still dealing with some aftermath of COVID, as well as helping families and communities understand the power and the impact of pre-K. So this quarter for this current school year, we're currently at 77%, but typically it does take a while for our pre-K enrollment to ramp up.
Why is that?
Immunizations, difficult. You know, when you enroll for pre-K, you have to have your birth certificate, immunizations, and a bunch of other things. And it can take a lot of family some time, lots of back and forth to go home and get this document. They forgot that document. So our pre-K operators always say that the first few months of the year is just a slow ramp up to enrollment.
So what's the expected? Is it 89%?
This year we're expecting to match this 89%, if not go higher. That's what we really want to see happen. Attendance, we have, as of quarter 3, 87% of our pre-K students met our attendance goal of 80%. And you may remember January to March. So it was cold, we had ice storms, we had historic increases in inflation, lots of basic needs. A lot of families faced need for additional services like food and utilities. So that really may have impacted student attendance during that time. And as you know, we really ask families what do they need, and we link families to assistance. And so we see here that 24% of the families who reflected that they had a need met, the family service providers met those needs. What we found in quarter 3 was the biggest needs articulated were income assistance and financial planning. And so we partner with local organizations to get families what they need. And then we provide instructional coaching and support, and First Aid did all of our work in quarter 3 and met all of those standards. And those are our measures for you.
I had one question. I'm looking at I think it's slide 4, and it's talking about what I guess the outcomes with our investment and most of the expenses you have on personnel. About, could you break that down some? Or is the personnel specifically you all's personnel, or is it talking about supporting personnel helping you all do the work?
That's pre-K personnel. So
Okay.
teachers, teaching assistants, family engagement personnel, administrative staff.
So about how many people? Is there
It
something
varies per operator.
varies per operator? Is there a way that you can give us a breakdown? Not this time. I know you come back, I think, quarterly. Give us a breakdown of what that looks like quarterly.
Per operator?
Per operator.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all for me. I think Councilwoman Logan is listening online. So if you have any questions, be sure to send them immediately. If not, I'm going to let them go. If Councilwoman Logan has any additional questions or some of the council members who are listening in the back, I guess we'll get them to you all so you can prepare for it the next time you come back and report.
Okay.
Any other council members? All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are good. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for the work that you're doing in the community. With that, this committee is adjourned.
for art program guidelines requested by Councilman Warren, and then we'll see our quarterly update. Okay. Thank you. Just state your name and position for the record and address, and the floor is yours.
Lauren Kennedy, I'm the Executive Director at the Urban Art Commission. My address, is that great? 422 North Cleveland Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38104. So I'm here today to hopefully give a brief update about the recent updates to the City of Memphis Percent for Art Program guidelines. I have shared all of this with Brian Bacchus and the administrative team, but essentially the Percent for Art program was originally adopted in 2002. UAC has managed the program since its inception. The ordinance was amended in January 2018 through City Council, and I realized that the program guidelines had not been updated to reflect those amendment ordinance. So we went through this recently with the Public Art Oversight Committee. The key changes from the original Percent for Art ordinance to the amendment in 2018 were that the definition of local artist, changed to essentially remove a time restriction on the expectation for how long somebody had to be in Memphis in order to be deemed a local artist. And then that the City Council, the appointment of the Public Art Oversight Committee shifted. It was originally that there were 3 members, I believe, appointed by the mayor's office and then UAC, which were all approved by City Council. And now the City Council appoints 3, the mayor's office appoints 3, and then there's 1 position reserved for a UAC board member. And then those appointments between City Council and the mayor are also approved by City Council as well. And then there is an addition from 2018 amendment that at least 60% of project dollars are concentrated on local artists. So that last one doesn't really show up in the program guidelines, but I did submit copies of the guidelines with suggested changes that were reviewed by the Public Art Oversight Committee and ultimately approved at their August 2023 meeting. And so it really just speaks to what I just went over in terms of the how PAOC is appointed, and then that local artist definition change. There were a couple of other typos lingering from the 2002 version, but those were the substantial adjustments. And then, of course, I updated the mayor and all of the council current members and the UAC staff and the oversight committee to make sure that that was current on the cover page. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of what happened in terms of the guideline adjustments. But were there any specific questions or anything else that I could dig into a little bit further?
I just want to make sure that we all understand. So currently we have 7 members on this board. We don't need to appoint anybody from the council at this point. The council's representatives are there.
Correct. And we do have 1 position on the committee that we're looking to the mayor's office for a new appointment. But the current council appointments are all active and in good standing.
Good. And do you have a list of the people who are currently serving?
Yes, it's on the front page of that program guidelines, but Patricia Daigle, who is the contemporary curator at the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, Brandon S. O'Tolson, who's a local artist. Kate Roberts is a sculptor and ceramics professor at the University of Memphis. Mario Walker is an architect in town at South Tucker. Davita Cruthard is a community representative and working currently at Knowledge Quest in South Memphis. Yvonne Jones is a retired arts professional and active community member. And then Nefertiti Oren was the UAC board appointment previously, and that's just become Jen Prudhomme Booker, as Nefertiti is now our board chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments? If not, thank you very much for that update and discussion.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Okay, we will now go to item number 1, which is our quarterly Memphis Parks update. Director, you're on. Thank you. Thought you were just walking away.
No, yeah. At some point, just not today. Yeah. I made it through budget. I can live through this.
Get that mic closer to you.
Yes, sir. All right. Nick Walker, Memphis Parks Director, 2599 Avery. Thank y'all for having us today to give you our quarterly update. Just like to keep y'all informed. This is actually a really good time because this is at the wrap up of summer. At the end of this, we'd like to show you a video that was put together by our Play Your Part team, just kind of highlighting the programming that took place this summer that I think someone was pretty adamant about on that end of the dais. First of all, at the next meeting where we come before y'all, we are going to share with y'all memberships to our community centers that will serve as a sort of a double thing. One, we'll add 13 members to our database, but two, just to show you that we are actively going with a membership model. There is no cost to the members. This is something that we've been doing for a while, but it does allow us to keep a better track of who is in our community centers and for what purpose. Kind of cool little cards, very similar to what you would see at a private health club. There's, just a little ID card with no picture or anything on it. But that will allow us, again, for people that are coming into the center either to do free play or there for a registered activity to have a check-in process. We went live with the memberships in May. Aquatics was probably the biggest driver of it because this year, instead of using pool cards, we used these membership cards so that we made sure that they were verified in terms of the age, which there is a requirement of age to be in the pool without a parent. We currently have about 1,800 memberships with a little over 18,000 profiles. The community and senior centers will begin live with this process in August. And again, if you've been to some of our community centers, the Raleigh Community Center, I'm trying to think of a few others that have the help desk, Gaston. If you go into the community centers where they have finished the work on the welcome desk, you'll notice it's a lot more inviting. A lot of our centers before had these kind of cages at the front that didn't necessarily give the vibe that we wanted. This, again, we want people to feel welcome, which is part of the reason with the budget that you helped us achieve this spring, we are adding 7 positions for the 7 largest centers to where we will have a full-time staff member to serve as a customer service liaison. In golf, man, business is booming. Even with Audubon being down this year, we had a little over 145,000 rounds, which was the 3rd consecutive year that we've set records for the number of rounds played, despite having 1 or 2 courses down every year. Total number of junior rounds was 6,200. With the work that's being done at Audubon, we expect that number to go up drastically. Right now, the primary focus of our play is in Whitehaven. And while it is a beautiful 9-hole golf course with a driving range, it is not centrally located in the city. The hope is that we will have 2 bases for our youth golf, one at Audubon and one at Whitehaven, which should allow us to probably double that number in the upcoming years. And remember, anyone under the age of 18 in the city of Memphis plays golf for free. Their greens fees are waived. And also the Pine Hill Clubhouse, which this is a picture from Pine Hill. That is the lake on the backside if you were looking out the deck. Anybody who hasn't been by it yet, it's amazing, isn't it? It's going to be, I think it's going to be the most beautiful clubhouse in the city. Youth athletics, this summer we had about 100 participants in baseball and softball clinics, and then 12 teams in our summer baseball and softball leagues. Summer basketball clinic, which was a pilot. We were just kind of checking it out. I think you can actually see the kids there in it. We had about 10 kids sign up for it. Summer camp, summer games, where we took all the kids that wanted to sign up for it and kind of did like a round robin league. We had 168 participants in that. Kind of cool over at the McBride Field next to the Board of Education by our office. We did a couple of football clinics this year, including one with a current NFL player on the Pittsburgh Steelers who just came out and did, a free clinic all day. It was pretty cool. We had, couple dozen kids out there. It was really cool, despite how hot it was this summer. Adult athletics, there you can see the championship team in co-ed softball. 15 teams, 300 adults served, 50 teams in the summer kickball league, and we're about to kick off. I think we've already kicked off baseball or softball and kickball for the fall leagues. A lot of torn hamstrings and broken hearts. Yes, sir. In aquatics, we did about 66. We had about 66 participants in the adult swim lessons, 135 in youth swim lessons, and I will tell you, in both of those cases, we want more folks to sign up. Neither of those are because of capacity. It's just because of not getting folks in, which is why you'll hear me continually advocate that we need a high quality indoor pool inside the loop. We need to have a place where we can certify kids to swim, which requires a deep end and requires year-round access. The idea is to convert the outdoor pool at Lester to an indoor pool once funding is identified. Water aerobics, 248 participants, 5,600 free swim taking place. You can tell this is a little bit dated because 2 weeks ago we did not have a splash pad at McFarland, and today we do. And so that's actually, I believe, this weekend. We're cutting the ribbon on that, so we're really excited about that. And again, because splash pads allow us to start earlier and go later in the season, they're just a great amenity, and we're glad to have them. Work will begin on the Douglas Park splash pad, which is the penultimate one, because we did receive a grant from the state to build one at Audubon, but anyone who's dealt with a state grant knows that's going to take a little bit of time to do. As it relates to aquatics, I want to give you all the good. I also want to give you the bad. We, like everybody else, are struggling with two things: staffing and facility maintenance. This year, for the first time, and again with partnership with City Council, we identified funding to put aside a deferred maintenance contract for pools, so that we can have an inventory of things like pumps and filters and heaters when they go out. Because when they go out right now, sourcing those is a problem, and having a pool offline, for anyone who's familiar with it, is another problem. We are working on innovative programs to try to increase our lifeguard count. Just started a partnership with KIP, which is right across the street from the Bickford pool, to make it a part of their curriculum so that hopefully we can train lifeguards that way. And I would sure love if we can figure out a way to work that out with my next door neighbors over at the Parks building to see if we can do that with a larger school system. Family and senior services. I'm not going to read off all the numbers to you, but we're still serving a lot of youth, a lot of adults, and a lot of seniors. This year, we served close to 1,700 kids at summer camp through 23 locations. Youths aged 5 to 15. We split that up where we've got a teen camp. If any of you follow us on social media, did a really cool thing this year where the kids in the teen camp got to go out to all the local colleges and talk with enrollment folks there and talk about the process of applying and getting into those schools. Really grateful for that partnership. Revenue, fun number, but it's important that y'all see it. Again, golf is our primary. At one point it was an enterprise fund. I'm not encouraging that, but it did bring in $1.2 million this year, which again was another record for revenue collected for the golf courses, and that's with Audubon being offline for virtually the entire financial year. We anticipate that number going up, but of course, as the revenue goes up, so do the expenses. It is a lot of money. From 7 golf courses, though. Athletics, aquatics, and family and senior services, those 3 things we are actually going to be actively marketing and promoting more. The aquatics is virtually all from rentals, pool parties, that kind of stuff. But both athletics, getting folks into leagues where we have some cost recovery on it, and use of rentals in our community and senior centers. This winter, we will have a beautiful banquet facility down in Whitehaven that I think, honestly, based upon what I've seen from the links at Whitehaven and how often that is reserved for birthday parties, weddings, repasses, etc., I think we're going to see heavy utilization of that building, especially with what the city and the county and the state are trying to do with the apartment complex across the street. I think people are going to feel more comfortable coming in and using that space. Player Park, which has continued to just be a great program. Again, I won't run through all the numbers, but Another Good Friday basketball tournament, movies in the park in both the spring and fall. Teen Fest was highly successful. Oh man, I'll say it again. Teen Fest was highly successful. Shout out to the council member who helped. Yeah, park summer program. I'm not sure which one it was. Family Fun Fridays were amazing. And again, you'll get to see that here in just a second. Yoga in the park, Liberty for All, which I think at this point has become the signature 4th of July fireworks event in the city and will continue to get bigger and bigger every year. Really grateful for our partners at the Downtown Memphis Commission and OVG who operate the stadium who ran it for us. And again, we had a 7-on-7 football tournament over at McBride that was, again, for the first year, 500 is a pretty good participant number. Capital improvements, 3 major projects. The links at Pine Hill, obviously we opened that this summer. The Hollywood splash pad, which while we're talking about struggles, I think there was some misconception about what happened. We opened it, and a couple of times we posted online, hey, it's down for maintenance. Maintenance was us nicely saying vandalism. We had several incidents where people broke in trying to get the splash pad back on, and I'm a parks director and a fairly smart person. I can't figure out how to turn it back on. There's no way a 12-year-old with a sledgehammer is going to figure it out. So we really we want to encourage people to not damage things in parks. And I get it, but it is a constant source of frustration when we're having to take funds that we would normally use to repair something else and repair something that's been burned or damaged or spray painted. All right, end of lecture. The Gaston Community Center is open and wonderful, although speaking of vandalism,
Did you put a sign up there saying what happened and why it's going on instead of maintenance?
We've actually pivoted to saying that now on social media. So if it is down for vandalism, we will say it's down for vandalism.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
The Gaston Community Center, for the 4th time in the last 4 years, has had the air conditioning unit stolen. Yeah, it's got a giant metal cage around it. They lifted it out of a 6-foot wrought iron cage, which is impressive. If that could be harnessed for good, that's an amazing skill set. Antonio would love to hire those guys in GS. But yeah. So anyway, we're talking with General Services about how to address that. But yeah, we've also had 4 air conditioning units stripped of copper at the Riverview Community Center while it's undergoing renovation.
How much? Well, yeah. How much does it cost to replace the air conditioning unit?
We would have to ask my friends in General Services. I don't know that number off the top of my head. I want to say it's probably $60,000 to $120,000 depending upon the size of the unit.
How much does it cost to have a guard for a year?
A guard for a year, it's about $120,000 a year.
So, yeah, we pay that and then we don't have to replace it.
I would, and we've had this conversation about safety at the community centers as well. I will say that I agree with you. I think there has to be a middle ground because that's $120,000 that's not going towards programming.
Yeah, one's a capital charge and one's an operating charge. And also it's people, here's the deal, and I'm sorry to digress and top in, but but this is the point. I'm not saying it's likely.
Mr. Carlisle, go ahead.
When you guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Please.
Yeah, it's likely, this is the thing that's so sad, is the fact that we're having a conversation here, having to say, yes, please don't take a sledgehammer to your brand new community amenity. I'm not saying, and I don't have any proof, but it's likely that those individuals probably are in and around that area. And this just goes back to pleading with communities that somebody knows these guys and somebody knows who's, it's just, it's just crazy that we're to that point.
To that point, I will say a prime example of this working well is at the Healthy Places Park at David Carnes Park in Whitehaven. We had 1 incident of vandalism, and then that community rallied around and said, we're not having another one, and we haven't had another one. So I think that speaks to getting community involvement. It's why we're really big on Friends of the Park and meeting with the neighborhood associations and trying to encourage people that this is your asset and partnerships. Stuff that'll be finished up soon. Geisman Community Center. Anybody that hasn't been out on Macon, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. That's actually it in the bottom row. The middle picture is the porch that will overlook the 2 youth soccer fields, and it's incredible. McFarland Splash Pad is done. The banquet hall at Whitehaven will be this fall. Links at Pine Hill Clubhouse will be done. The renovations at Riverview Community Center, including a new workout facility, will be done, and we will break ground on the new Lester Community Center this fall.
1 minute. 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 1 minute.
All right, so I have questions. Any questions, or do you want to see the video?
I think we have Mr. Carlisle with a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I should have a couple. Maybe I missed Whitehaven.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where are we on?
On the banquet facility at Whitehaven?
I'm sorry, I'm in Melrose.
On Melrose.
Are you participating in that as part of?
We participated in as much as we're asked for feedback. Also, they're going to be relocating a playground up by the front of the community center as a part of the redevelopment of the library, but we're not directly. That's an HCD project.
Okay. Can we? Well, next time. Let's just that way everybody can be here in case other members have deeper questions. But I'd like to know. That's been a big project that's been on the books, I think, even before I got on the council. And I'm sure the mayor's anxious to get it wrapped up, but I'd be curious to get a larger update. My question goes back to some of the things we talked about that were problematic this summer, that I think, the council's appropriated extra money, and understanding that getting that into play this past summer was going to be difficult. But now looking to next summer, I guess in the next few months, can we get together with you and understand kind of that part-time labor plan? How can we take people that have completed the swim class and ask them if they want to stay on and be a lifeguard? How do we give bonuses for people that want to create, even if they don't come to work for us, just to finish the certification program, right? Because that's just a benefit to them in their community. Like, it could save a life. So, all of those things maybe, and I'm sure you guys have had plenty of whiteboard sessions of your own. It'd be nice to just kind of understand what your plan is, not with all of that money, but some of the incremental things that can have big downstream changes, like having extra staffing, or how to get people say, hey, did you have a great time? I know you're about to graduate and you've been in the softball program for the last 4 years, and you're headed to Lemoyne or to Memphis. Would you like to stay on and be a part-time staff member, right? Just some of those things that we can help from that appropriation standpoint that will grow the programs by trying to go internally to what you guys are already doing, would be huge. I had one just question about your analytics. When you talk about served, are those unique users, so to speak, or do you count them? Like, if I participate in 2 programs at the same place, am I getting counted for each program, or am I getting counted as just one individual being served?
That's part of the reason we've gone to a computer software.
To try and track. Yeah.
Because right now it's a check sheet. So somebody comes in and signs their name down, and we're just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aquatics actually allowed us to get uniques this summer because we were scanning them every time they came into the pool, and that'll be the model going forward in community centers as well.
That's great. And do we ever get partnership with like the University of Memphis or the Tiger, like the Road Swim program? They all have their own swim programs and teams. And they've got some things. I mean, do they ever come and volunteer or partner with us to participate in like free Saturday clinics or anything with that could potentially be kind of inspirational to kids? Like, hey, we know you're learning how to swim for the first time, but come check out these swimmers and watch what they're doing.
I got you beat. Awesome. My good friends, Deputy Chief Burris and Chief Sweat, have offered up their water safety or their water rescue teams. All of whom are highly certified aquatics instructors on top of everything else, but to participate in doing some of those activities with us, and we're really looking forward to that partnership.
Awesome. And last question, Mr. Chairman. We're headed into the fall. We're finally, not this week, this is like the first time I've been really excited to be in this building today with like 110 degrees outside. But at Councilman Ford's district, they've had a couple very successful pop-up events. I would really like to see at some of these identified sites that are either about to go down or ready for redevelopment, for your team to utilize some of those funding opportunities. If you don't identify, you say, hey, look, we're going to spend about $1 million of this, and we're going to do, but we know that we can't get this full. To fund those pop-up events and bring awareness and continue to incentivize people to come down and visit neighborhoods like Westwood and other, like, to spend that money to do that, I think has huge benefit, because in the past, we've been just so successful partnering with Memphis and other organizations, whether it was the brewery or Crosstown. And so I think there's really great opportunities, like even in the Heights, like the Heights is getting the new Heights line. Like, they don't really have the ability to fund a massive kind of awareness campaign and get people over there. So if you could consider some of those things, I think it would be really, all around the city to maybe fund some of those pop-up events. Because I know we have some things that we have to pay for, and then sometimes we bring in some private partners to come and do that with us. But I think there's some big opportunities this year to try and finish with a bang. And I know you guys think about this stuff all the time. We just don't get as much time to talk to you about it as we'd like, and so I just thought I'd throw that out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? If not, we have a video that I think we should see.
Ignore the guy prattling on at the beginning of it.
My name is Nick Walker. I'm the Parks Director for the City of Memphis. And one of the greatest things about my job is days like these.
It is great to be here today. This building has been totally transformed. Let me put it in perspective. This is the city's first and oldest community center.
I think it is fantastic. It's an awesome facility. It's beautiful. And to know that we have renovated our first community center is amazing for this community.
Built in 1934. In partnership with the City Council, we came up with a program called Accelerate Memphis, where we're investing $200 million all over this city. And that's what did this work here. And we restored Gaston to its original beauty.
I'm seeing all the young kids in there taking advantage of this beautiful, beautiful facility. And then seeing the community that supports those children come out for this ribbon cutting is awe-inspiring.
This is what it's all about right here. See the Memphis Parks, play your part. We did our thing on this one, man.
This is so much love, man. I'm just blessed. Like for our kids, when you look around, everybody's here. I know my baby over there having a ball.
This is really, 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 really,
What you like about it, girl?
The whole water park.
But this right here, this is what it's about, to show the kids safe fun. And it's free. So shout out to everybody that's doing this, and we getting this thing started off right. So come on out here.
She said what she said. Okay, we back at it. Family Fun Friday. This Friday we're at House Park. As you can see, it's Spike and Geek. We got the cooler station. We got the bumper cars. We got skate behind me. We got all the kids having a good time.
I really think it's a fun event for real. All this going on is great for the community. As you can see, all the people came out.
So don't miss out this Friday. See you there.
Right here, we got the top dogs, we got the tire ice out here. We got the trampoline back there, we got the bouncers in the inside, we got the PS5s on the inside. I know the rain came today, but they don't stop us. We're still programming and enjoying ourselves out here at Fraser Park.
Everyone come out and take advantage of Family Fun Friday. It's free, it's open to the public, and it's a family fun good time. See you at the nearest park. Next Friday, the Friday after that, the Friday after that, the Friday after that. Family Fun Friday.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
The gentleman narrating a large portion of that is Corey Brown, who is the manager over Play Your Park and just a genuinely good dude.
Good guy. Good guy.
Excellent. Right.
Yeah, play the Ridgeway. I play with Corey Blackhawks when we were kids. Okay. That's second press Blackhawks. You got to get it right here.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Our next item, I'm going to take item number 4, which is a resolution approving use agreement between Memphis, City of Memphis and the University of Memphis for the use of Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration with a request for same night minutes. I need a motion and a second.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Smiling, second by Swearington, Washington. Mr. Walker, you have the floor again.
So, as everyone is aware, there's currently looming discussions around the redevelopment of Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. And so we were aware of this. The University of Memphis's current use agreement expired this last season. And so in an effort to be fair to both parties, we essentially took the same deal and made it for 2 years so that we get through the redevelopment of the stadium, the potential redevelopment of the stadium, before we have to address a longer-term use agreement of the facility. So the deal points are almost identical. If there are any questions about them specifically, Thomas Carrier, the general manager of the stadium, is far right down there, and Jeff Crane, who's the deputy athletic director for the University of Memphis, who oversees football, is to his left. So there you go.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. How long was the last contract for, time period?
I believe the last contract, our standard is 5 years. And so the idea, again, was that if we were to enter into a 5-year agreement right now, there's so many unknown variables that the thing both parties just said was, let's get through this and see what the stadium looks like in 2 years.
Okay, the question, you mean the whole facility, not just the are you talking strictly the stadium?
Well, as it relates to this, the primary concern for the University of Memphis is the stadium itself. But you're right, there's a lot of projects going on the property at large.
And the reason I asked that for is not the University of Memphis somewhat controlling what they anticipate or what they want the stadium to look like?
They are a participant in it because the city is primarily funding, or not primarily, because with the state money, the city is the main funder of this. They, along with the Southern Heritage Classic, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and the USFL, have provided input into it, but we're the main ones driving it.
So I guess that would be what you think the leasing amount would be, because where else would they go to?
That's a valid point, but at the same time, right now, things like the number of premium seats and the number of suites and all those sorts of things, until we begin construction, those aren't exactly known. So we want to push this conversation a little further down the road.
Okay. And how many games do they usually have a year?
6 to 8.
Okay.
Because we really count on them hosting the conference championship game, right, Jeff?
Okay, thank you. That's understandable.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, seeing no other questions. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? None opposed, chair's aye. And this was with same night minutes and going to get out with a favorable agreement or recommendation. Okay, number 3, we have an update on ethylene oxide at the sterilization services facility by Memphis Community Against Pollution, requested by Councilman Ford Sr. Who do we have here to speak to that? Please come on up. Introduce yourself with your name and address, and the floor will be yours. Some people are very familiar. Councilman Ford, let me recognize you here. You have anything to say before they start, sir?
No, I'm gonna let them talk first, and then we can see what's
I'll call on you first afterwards.
We all good, okay. As long as we get some results.
You know what? Next thing y'all gonna hear.
Pull that, hit that button and pull the mic close. It should be green and get it close to your face.
Good morning. I'm Yolanda Spinks. I'm the Director of Communications for Memphis Community Against Pollution. My address is 3231 Norley Lane, 38118.
Good morning. My name is Keyshawn Pearson. I am the president of Memphis Community Against Pollution. My address is 3531 Masterson Street.
The floor is yours. Your presentation, please.
All right. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate being called forward to give an update and be able to present here. What we will do is just provide somewhat of a timeline of events since the resolution was initially passed, as well as more information about what ethylene oxide is. Memphis City Council passed a resolution on January 24th that called for Sterilization Services of Tennessee, which is placed in 38109, to work with the Shelby County Health Department to halt fugitive emissions in South Memphis. The resolution also called upon the Shelby County Health Department to keep the community and the council well informed with updated information. To date, the Shelby County Health Department has not been back before the Memphis City Council to provide updates on ethylene oxide to our knowledge. The Shelby County Health Department continues to fail at informing and updating the community at large with any new updates. On March 28th, Shelby County Health Department held a public meeting for South Memphis where Dr. Taylor advised us her office was in talks with Sterilization Services of Tennessee and they would provide updates. As of now, we still have not received any updates about that communication with Sterilization Services of Tennessee, what that meeting entailed or what would come of it. And so having that been almost 3 to 4 months ago, we feel that that's unacceptable. Our residents and the residents of South Memphis, especially those in Mallory Heights who are most affected by the Sterilization Service of Tennessee pollution, felt in their meeting as their voices were unheard. The questions that they presented were curated by the staff of Shelby County Health Department, and they were not asked in full as the residents presented the questions. The Shelby County Health Department provided a cancer cluster study, a study of which has not been proven to provide any essential data that would debunk or prove that ethylene oxide is not dangerous, carcinogen, or mutagenic, which the EPA has determined that it is. On June 3rd, Memphis Community Against Pollution held a public meeting, and Shelby County Health Department was invited and did not attend. The representatives were not present specifically to our knowledge. But we do want to thank Councilman Ford for sending a representative to the meeting who was present and attentive and did ask questions, and we spoke with afterwards. Following that, the EPA proposed revised regulations surrounding ethylene oxide, one being a reduction of up to 80% of ethylene oxide emissions, especially those fugitive emissions, which we elevated initially. The final day to submit comments about that regulation because it is just a draft rule. The EPA's rule is not finalized and hasn't been and won't be for approximately 12 months from now. And MCAP submitted public comments on behalf of the community, which I believe was provided to you all in paper form or by email.
Tara said that she didn't get a chance to print them, but I did forward her all of the documents, so I'm assuming she'll print them and get them to you guys.
So while we're here is just to reiterate that our top 3 requests are that we have continuous fence line monitoring at commercial sterilizers that include Sterilization Services of Tennessee, shorter implementation time of 90 days. This is for the EPA rule. Versus the 18 months that was originally proposed. The community notification system that provides real-time alerts to our residents, letting them know what the air quality status is and if there are any updates that are pertinent to their breathing. We also have proposed an appeal because the Shelby County Health Department has stated, and it is their position that they have no control over Sterilization Services of Tennessee and are unable to enact or implement anything that would mitigate the emissions of ethylene oxide, which have been proven to be cancerous and mutagenic, so extremely dangerous to children. And this facility is placed within half a mile of 2 children facilities, one being a park and then another being a school and a daycare. We deem Sterilization Service of Tennessee to be a public nuisance who is causing a public health crisis. And in order that that is remedied in an urgent manner, our residents have sought a recourse outside of this body, outside of our county commission, and have filed civil lawsuits. And unfortunately, they have chosen a representation that is not even within this city. They do not have confidence that there is anyone who is taking this as seriously as it is and should be taken, which is unfortunate for not just us, but it's unfortunate that our residents don't feel that type of safety or concern or urgency. So what this lawsuit does not do is stop the continuous flow of dangerous ethylene oxide. And even if they do and are presented with a settlement, it still could not and is not a viable solution for the future that preserves, protects our residents and protects their health. And the Shelby County Health Department's mission is specifically that, to prevent and protect the health of all Memphians. And so while we feel that has not been done in any substantial way or encouraged, we are also seeking litigation through the Air Board in order to get Shelby County Health Department to determine who can and what can they offer as it pertains to implementing something that will be beneficial to this community.
Mr. Pearson, it was my understanding that there are other, here you go. That there are other Stericycle plants in the country that have already initiated procedures to limit fugitive gas and other things within those facilities. And for some reason that I can't understand, or I'm wondering if you can give us some insight, this particular plant is not doing the same thing that they're doing in other parts of the country. And I'm wondering, have they said anything to you about why they can do it in another state, but they won't do it in Memphis? Have you heard anything from the company or anyone involved that would give you a reason why they're not doing it?
So you are correct. They have done it in other areas, even at their sister facility in Georgia. They have not responded to the community. They have not responded to reporters. Apparently, the only people who they're talking to is the health department. And the health department is not providing us with updates. And I'm not sure why they don't feel as if it's a priority for them to protect the residents of South Memphis. And in June, I went to D.C. to lobby for the ethylene oxide crisis. And I met with Congressman Cohen, and he sent a letter to the facility. And the last that we heard, he had not received a response.
Well, they didn't respond to we did a resolution months ago requesting this. Councilman Kennelly, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You've never been able to speak with anybody from? So the question's never been posed to them, or at least through you guys, that why they couldn't make the switch to hydrogen peroxide. Have you ever heard a response even from the industry on why they couldn't switch to a safer alternative?
So we've made attempts to contact them as well as community members, and no one has received a response. So it's kind of like we've been asking the question. We attempted to contact them directly. We've been talking to the media, like it's not hidden like what our requests are, but they are refusing to talk to anyone, I'm assuming, other than the Shelby County Health Department. The only assumption that I can make is because they feel that is their, I guess you could say, the governing body, since that's who they get their permits for, and maybe that's the only organization they feel that they have to speak to.
Okay.
And then I'll just follow up with saying it has been confirmed that question has been asked to the staff and administration.
But they just haven't given a...
That's correct.
Okay.
Perhaps we may need to consider a resolution that we can request the health department from here. We'll talk about that. Councilman Ford?
Other than the first meeting that we had, that's when the EPA and all came out, health department was there and everybody else. From that point on, health department has not given y'all any information, no updates on any of these things from the regular meetings.
That's correct. We haven't had any communication about ethylene oxide or any updates as it concerns or pertains to
Who
Shelby
were you
County.
talking to at the health department?
Dr. Taylor.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
The health department, no response. Okay, good enough. I'm gonna give it the county side to it, and then since they regulate the health department and all like that again, okay? And that's where we can get back together, okay? So we need to know some kind of response because this has been going on and we've had quite a few different meetings. And let me ask, Grant, have you all been down to that facility? I think there's only, about 8 people working there in that facility. Have any one of them gotten sick as you know of?
Thank you for posing that. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get any information from an employee, the administrative staff, or the Shelby County Health Department. So anyone who does know those individuals or them individuals themselves have not come out to speak publicly or speak to us directly.
Yeah, that sounds just as bad as all this other stuff that's going around. They don't want nobody to know what's going on, do it? Until they come to me, Canally down there, we undertakers. Then that's the only way they come to. I mean, but that's the truth. People keep everything away, you know. I mean, but that's just the truth, you know.
I would like to add, Councilman Ford, just for transparency. We did have a meeting with Dr. Taylor at the Health Department last Tuesday.
Good.
But because we have the appeal pending, her office instructed that they did not want to talk about ethylene oxide or air pollution. So those topics were off the table for the conversation. So we attempted to make it as productive as possible with those restrictions. And I also want to mention in the documents that you guys will get from Ms. Dearborn, we submitted the copy of the appeal. Also, the Health Department has submitted a motion to dismiss our appeal, asking the Shelby County Health Department to take action against sterilization services as a nuisance to the community. And one of the reasons that they are basically citing is that because there is a class action lawsuit, and I want to make sure that we put it on the record that a class action lawsuit does not give the Shelby County Health Department an excuse not to protect the community. They still have a job to do, whether there's a civil lawsuit or not, because that lawsuit also is for people who have suffered from different illnesses. Well, what about the people who are still being exposed to it, who could get sick?
Are you suing the Shelby County Health Department, or are you suing the company?
The lawsuit, they are suing the company. From what I understand, I'm not sure if the help, because we're not involved in the civil
Because
suit.
I think if they were suing the health department, then legally I could understand why they may not talk to you. You may want to talk to the people putting that lawsuit through and see if maybe they'll excuse the health department from the suit and let them do their work.
I don't
Just make
think
sure,
they're a part
okay?
of it, but yeah, we didn't, because we're not familiar with the
I
firm.
understand.
And so we didn't kind of dig into it. But yeah, they're attempting to use that suit as an excuse and not to currently protect the community, because as we speak, those emissions are still being
But
emitted into the air.
if they're being
24/7.
sued, it's more than an excuse. Okay, if they're not being sued, it's an excuse. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. From, I guess, the previous, or when we approved the resolution, there's they can install something that could reduce, the company itself can install something that can reduce the
That's
emissions.
correct.
Yeah. So they're just, I'm just baffled as
Makes
to
no sense.
why they wouldn't do it for the safety of their employees, for the safety of the community, and just to think that it's probably just a matter of time before someone in that facility is stricken with some type of illness. So.
I would say it's got to do with money.
Indeed. Now, in the last communication with Congressman Cohen was when? Yeah. Okay. So somewhat recently. Yeah, because I was about to say, it would seem like he would be able to perhaps address or send a letter to the EPA. Just for the sake of public safety, you would think that it would be a greater sense of urgency on this. Thank you, Mr.
I'll follow up with that, Mr. Chair. And we, one more thing, Mr. Pearson, because we're about out of time, unless you have any other more questions, but go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, just wanted to add that Congressman Cohen did write a letter to the EPA, as well as Representative Pearson, Justin Pearson from District 86.
We really appreciate you bringing this issue back to us for thinking. And with that, without any other comments, the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, they're not. They're not. I got a triple check, but on the first look, they're not. They're not in it at all.
Good afternoon. Colleagues, today is August the 22nd, and it is approximately 2:06 p.m. I hereby call the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Mrs. Crichton, can you please call roll?
Chairman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Colvette. Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. We have 5 items up for discussion today, but to begin, item number 2 has been asked to be placed on hold until September the 26th. And this is a request by the applicants. Are there any objections to this hold?
Which item?
Item number 2.
No objection.
Having no objection, that particular item will be held until September the 26th. Let's start with item number 1. Resolution to instruct the zoning administrator of the Division of Planning and Development to file a zoning text amendment of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code regarding the process to rename city streets. This will affect all council districts. This is being sponsored by Council Members Johnson and Easter Thomas. Council members, as you recall, last year, we had a committee that came together in order to come up with a naming convention for the various streets and parks. As a result, we've had some issues that have come up in that regard. So I'm asking that these minor modifications be made to the process to ensure that it's being done properly. We want to ensure there's an opportunity for members of the public to recommend a street name change. As it is now, individuals cannot make recommendations. Small tech, but we could correct it. We want to ensure approval of street name changes all come before the city council. All street names will continue to come before the city council. We want to make sure the language of the UDC matches the language in our code of ordinances. We want to keep administrative duties related to street name changes with the Division of Planning and Development. The way it was written, that particular responsibility fell on the council office and staff. Okay, so we want to send it back to the department that's most familiar with those particular operations and keep it that way. This does not in any way change the council authority to change street names by an ordinance. This resolution asks the planning department to return to us with a zoning text amendment incorporating these changes so there is no confusion on the process. We also will revisit the council ordinance to make any amendments as required. Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for agreeing to co-sponsor. I want to make sure that she was on board and understood the intention of this resolution. Councilman Easter Thomas, would you like to be recognized? Do you have anything that you would like to share?
Thank you, Chair. No, just saying thank you for wanting to spearhead this so that we can make sure the department is good with roles, responsibilities, and so that also our staff is good with them as well. We've only had 2 times that we've attempted to change a street, Ida B. Wells and then also Barbara Cooper. So Ida B. Wells was, in a different situation because we wanted a lot of individuals over there. So our staff wasn't inundated with a lot of that mailing notices. But with the most recent, with Barbara Cooper, we were able to see what we needed to change in that instance. So thanks for bringing it. And hopefully we can get it cleared up, cleaned up so that everybody's good to go.
Thank you. Now, can we hear from the Office of Planning and Zoning? Do y'all have any comments in regards to this resolution?
John Zena, Planning and Development. Thank you for sharing this resolution draft with us last week. We have no issues. The Unified Development Code had a process where street name changes would be decided on by the Land Use Control Board, and obviously your ordinance 5759 change that. So we're happy to work with you to take the language of 5759 and add it into Unified Development Code as it relates to city streets. So
Okay.
we have no objections, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, so, yes, Chase.
So this takes it back almost to where we were. The issue that I raised when we did this the first time was exactly this. It created a process issue where there was actually the process prior to was the council would request the name change. The DPD present the application to change the name of a street. DPD would then go through the process of the application, submit it to Land Use Control Board, file notice to the public. The public could then come to the Land Use Control Board. They would vote whether to change a name or not, and then people could appeal it to the city council. But at least that there was a public process in place and who was responsible for the application and the mailing of notices. And we wiped that out, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And then we tried to hodgepodge together a quasi process from the council. So my only question here is the intent for when the council wants to change a name to have DPD begin that application process? Will it go to Land Use Control Board, or will it circumvent Land Use Control Board and come directly to the council?
My understanding from at least the chairwoman is that the intent is for it to circumvent Land Use Control Board if it's initiated by the city council.
Okay. And then in the past, members of the public have not been able to apply for a name change.
They have.
They have. That's what I thought. They've always had that right. They would just submit an application through the Land Use Control Board process. And again, typically what would happen, and the reason why I never understood the change is anytime that I've seen a name change, there's always at least one property owner who's affected that usually is aggrieved, and then it gets appealed anyway. So ultimately, if a citizen does it, will it continue to go to the Land Use Control Board with the automatic appeal to the council?
Yes, but also what initially started as a result of our ordinance that we passed, all residents that wanted the name change had to come through us rather than go straight to it. So we want to make sure that they can actually go directly and then get approval later.
I got it. I raised all these issues 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Sometimes you got to go through the storm before you
I got it.
Okay.
Bye.
Can I say one thing to clarify, Councilman Carlisle? I think you said that if an individual citizen wanted to apply, that they would go through the Land Use Control Board process. Then the only way they would come to you is if it was on appeal. My understanding from this resolution is that
going forward,
that the legislative body is the decision-making body on any street name change in the city.
Yeah, what I think the council should consider as you're going through this is it probably may still want to go to Land Use Control Board with an automatic step. And the only reason I say that is because it allows, while the process may languish, it's one thing to do an honorary street naming. When you talk about permanently changing an address, as this body has been informed multiple times, there are a significant amount of direct and indirect impacts to doing that. And so I don't want to say it needs to go to the Land Use Control Board when they know their vote may not matter, but their recommendation may have some bearing. The reason it may benefit to just have it be heard there is it's one more public venue and one more opportunity to bring awareness to what's going on. We have all been on this body, other than Councilman Ford, who served more years. It's astonishing. Well, I mean, to the point, like, it's astonishing how many people will come at the last reading of an appealed, so meaning it's been out there for 6 months, and they'll say they haven't heard anything. So again, I don't know, and I'd ask you guys to just, this isn't going to be an overnight process. So to think about whether there's more of a benefit to the community to have it be heard at Land Use Control Board with an automatic appeal to the council, or if you think it may not have any benefit because the vote has no necessary bearing because it's automatically being appealed. Meaning having the Land Use Control Board weigh in and at least vote just like DPD does may be beneficial, and it allows people more opportunities to put their thoughts on the record. So something to think about. At the end of the day, the council is always the deciding authority for Land Use Control Board cases, unlike the BOA. And so it's just something to think about. It's the issue that I raised last time, which is we were always the ultimate authority. we just cut the process out. Now we're putting it back in. The thing that we need to determine is when it is a member of the public, should they be heard at LUCB or come straight to the council? And there's pros and cons to both. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Chase. Those are some important points. But at the same time, I think we'll have an opportunity to amend this before next 2 weeks if we think it's important enough to include it.
That's true, but also we'll need to bring you an ordinance.
Right, right. I got you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, would you like to speak? Okay. Let's have a motion on this particular item. Moved by Warren and second by Washington. Can we all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed to this item? Not hearing any, and that will receive a favorable recommendation. Item number 3. Oh, that is a MJR at location 3581 Tournament Drive South and 2 adjacent parcels. Is a request to appeal the site plan condition approved by the Land Use Control Board by reducing the maximum number of dwelling units, including 3 new conditions. This affects District 2's Super District number 6. Planning and Development, would you like to speak on that first, or you want to send it strictly over to the applicant?
Madam Chair, thank you. Brett Ragsdale, Division of Planning and Development. We did get some information that before the meeting that there has been a compromise, so I think we would just let them. It's a major modification to a plan development, so yes.
Well, I think the purpose of this is we heard this case. Yeah, we heard this case last week. It's been, actually, we've heard it a few times. We sat down with both parties and they've come to an agreement. The purpose of having them heard up here is to save a little time later. And they're going to talk about what they've compromised to between them and the developer. And then we'll have to vote in favor of the appellant as amended downstairs tonight to ratify the changes. But this is to give the council an opportunity to hear what those changes were and what they've agreed to, and appreciate. And I'll have comments downstairs. Just, again, both sides were incredible to work with and really worked in the spirit of compromise. And it's very rare I've seen it done this collegially. It was really incredible.
Thank you, and I also want to hear for clarity, because you hear so much. Let's just hear it from the horse's mouth in this case. Please identify yourself and address, please.
Ann Burgess at 3496 Wind Garden Cove. I was the appellant of MJR 23-13, and it is correct that the developer, who was the original applicant, and I have come to agreement. We bring today a substitute resolution that contains the new conditions that we have come to agreement on for MJR 2313. Yes. So the conditions are 1, a maximum number of permitted units is 399. 2, the location of the emergency only, and this is subject to division of city engineering confirmation and approval. The curb cut on Tournament Drive is revised as reflected on the attached site plan. So our request was to push this first responder entrance closer to Winchester, and they have accomplished that in their design. 3, a no amenity / no building preserved space shall be permanently maintained in the fenced-off and preserved area in the northeast corner of the apartment complex as shown on the attached site plan, which I can show you. We have additional funds that shall be provided for the Southwind Drive wall that was agreed to in our declaration of covenants at the time of the zoning change. The building design shall be interior climate control corridors with elevators. There's a section here on first offer of purchase if the land were to go up for sale, that the Southwind Homeowners Board of Directors be notified, and we might be able to facilitate a a party who might purchase the land or property. We have capped the total number of 3-bedroom units at a maximum of 7.5% of the total housing units. And then we have extended the length of time that the developer has to obtain a building permit that was previously defined in the declarations at the time of zoning, and we've expanded that to 12 months from city council approval. And those are the 8 conditions that we have agreed to.
Madam Chairman, if I could briefly add that, unlike the original.
Identify yourself, please.
I'm sorry,
Address.
Lou Wardlaw, 6410 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. I represent Southwind Homeowners Association.
Okay.
You'll recall that in the initial go-around on the use issues, there was both a private agreement and conditions that were placed on the approval made by this body. This is different than that. This is just conditions that will be part of what this body hopefully approves today. In getting here, Ann Burgess and Bobby Solberg have worked literally for years on this. In getting us over the initial hurdles, I'd like to thank the council as a whole, but especially Councilman Colvette for brokering that initial deal. In this final go-around, again, I thank the council as a whole for your service, but Councilman Carlisle has been integral to getting this done. Staff is always professional and the best in the state. And I'd also like to thank the developers, including Cindy and Josh and Priyank, for working with my clients in getting it done.
Okay, thank you. Okay, planning and development. Do you have any objections to any of these recommendations, being that you just seen it, you just received it? Do you see where any of those would create a problem for you?
Planning and Development, this is Brett Davis. Yeah, we did just receive this plan a few minutes before this committee meeting. No immediate objections. We're happy to see that the two sides were able to reach an agreement. I will point out that the Land Use Control Board site plan approval did have some conditions related to parking, including prohibition on parking between a street and a building. And so this revised site plan does still have parking between Tournament Drive right there to the east and this building. So just something to point out in case you want to amend that Land Use Control Board condition of approval or not, and we could enforce it with this updated plan.
One. I have
Sure.
2. Let me first go to Chair Jones.
No, you can go first.
Yeah, I mean, I that's fair, but given the amount of green space and honestly looking across the street, I understand that we've always tried to push buildings up, especially in new urbanism like you've got on Winchester. But given that this is more of a service drive and that they've got to fit their site plan to something, I really, in the fact that the homeowners association, the appellant, is comfortable with it, I think over what looks to be about 25 spaces to get a larger development done, I think that's a fair give. You know, it's not. It wouldn't be ideal if we were talking up on Winchester, but because it's a side drive, I think, again, both parties in agreement, I wouldn't. I think council's got to stick with the private parties on this one.
And that's fair. I think if the substitute resolution were updated just to clarify that, parking as shown on the site plan is approved.
Can we get that resolution updated, please, before 3:30? Okay. Okay. And then Chair Jones has.
Yeah, I have a few questions.
You too?
My memory is not serving me at this point, but the original application that was approved contained how many units?
The resolution that was approved through zoning from the city council had 279 units.
And then when they came back a couple of weeks ago, that took it up to?
So they returned with an original application of 540.
Okay.
Land use had capped it at 500. And now we have negotiated to 399.
Now, under the 279 and perhaps even the 540 or even the 500, how many 3-bedrooms were proposed in each one of those proposals?
So I can look that up. I believe the first rendition that was part of the Memphis City Council resolution actually contained, oh my goodness, see if I can, it contained 17% of the 3-bedroom units.
Okay.
And I believe the last plan that I saw that may not have exactly been the 500 unit plan had 5% 3-bedroom. So around, I think, 30 or so units.
So 17% was on the 279?
That's correct.
Okay. This is just a question to give me knowledge about this. Is it common to limit the amount or the percentage of 3 bedrooms?
So my understanding in conversation with Councilman Carlisle is that it is unusual for this body to approve anything that's interior to this. I felt that at this committee meeting 2 weeks ago, part of the discussion was beyond density and actually included the population increase at this particular site on this corner. It's kind of an island in terms of where it's located between Germantown, Collierville, and incorporated Memphis. And so because of the concern of the population, we combined the capping the total number of units as well as we didn't want to define 1 and 2 bedrooms. So I think they have full flexibility to have the market drive 1 and 2 bedroom. But we did feel, I felt as an appellate that I would like to control a little bit and get some protection on the 3-bedroom, which as a result would hopefully, keep the population as intended. And we went in between the 2 different percentages of the plans previously shown.
Okay. That's helpful, although I do have some, that's all I have right now, but I'll do some calculations, Madam Chair. But those are all the questions that I have right now.
Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One, I just want to, do we need a motion from this body to proceed at some point? Or does that occur downstairs?
Downstairs.
Okay. I just want to say that I am incredibly pleased and happy to see that you guys got together and came up with a deal that I think is good for the city and good for the neighborhood and good for the developer. And I publicly want to congratulate Councilman Carlisle, since he's not in the room. He is. For actually a good job and not getting people mad at him. So way to go. Good job. Yeah.
And I'd like to echo what Lou said in terms of thanking everyone here for effort and time across the board.
Okay, that was a good discussion, a good outcome, and work together, continue to work together. And we will carry that with a favorable recommendation as amended. And who's going to be responsible for having the resolution ready at 3:30? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Item number 4. This is a SUP. The location is 611 North Home Street. Request special use permit to allow a voter vehicle repair. District 5, Super District 9. Planning is, can I get a motion to move it and do that first?
I actually have visited and I will so move.
Okay, move.
Second by Washington. Okay, planning and zoning, will you please identify yourself?
Planning and Development, name is Brett Davis. This is case SUP 23-15. That's actually a typo on the slide. This is a request for a special use permit to allow vehicle repair. Vehicle repair is a more intensive use in the zoning use chart than vehicle service. Vehicle service is like an oil change business, and vehicle repair gets into everything beyond that. The intent of this business is not for long-term repair jobs. It is for more in and out sorts of uses, excuse me. The UDC was amended in the last few years to differentiate between used tire and new tire sales and mounting. New tire sales are considered vehicle service, and used tire sales are considered vehicle repair, which means they're permitted in fewer places. So used tire sales will be a major component of this business, but other types of vehicle repair will also be done at the site. like work on brakes, etc. This is located on Holmes Street at Broad within District 5 and Super District 9. The property owner, property manager, and the business owners are all in attendance today. And the zoning is commercial mixed use 1, which again would allow vehicle service by right, but requires a special use permit for repair. This site is in Binghamton. And here's a zoning map. So it is located in a commercial mixed use 1 corridor, the Summer Avenue commercial corridor, which you see reflected here. Red is commercial. This yellow does reflect single family residential, but that's inaccurate. Over here is going to be the new Alliance Healthcare Facility, and those 3 residential parcels are going to be incorporated into that development in the future. There is certainly a great deal of vehicle-oriented businesses in the area, and this site, in fact, was built as a transmission shop, a Coleman Taylor transmission shop, back in the day when vehicle repair was allowed in this district by right. Here are some photographs of the site. We see that there is an office with a front lawn as well as 7 garage bays. Here is that building from Broad. There's a fairly dilapidated wood slat fence. And here is a view west down Broad. In conclusion, this site was used for vehicle repair in the past, but has lost its legal non-conforming status. It's been closed, not used for that use for over a year, which is the test. We do, however, find that the use does keep with the character of the neighborhood and is unlikely to have an undue negative impact on the neighborhood. And note that given the fact that it was built as a vehicle repair facility, there is a challenge to finding alternative users. We do just want to point out that with 7 garage bays, the code would require 35 parking spaces. They show about 4 on their site plan. And so you would be approving an alternative parking plan in approving this request. And again, given the fact that the site was built out this way, we're comfortable with that alternative parking plan. So we are recommending approval. Given the uses in the area, we do find it consistent with the comprehensive plan. And we are recommending certain conditions related to pedestrian safety and also aesthetic beautification of the site. As long as we're recommending approval, we are recommending those conditions as well. And just to go over some of them, we're asking for the removal and replacement of that wood slat fence that's at the rear of the building. I'll pull up that photo again. It's not in great shape, and presumably much of the storage is going to be going on behind that fence. So we would like a new site-proof fence. We've also asked for the replacement of their chain link fence, which in general is not permitted in front of buildings in commercial districts. We try to restrict that in front of buildings to the industrial districts. So we are asking for an upgrade to the fencing on site, bringing up to code any curb cuts and disrepair. And we're also asking for the removal of this old Coleman Taylor detached sign to the side of the building along Broad. That sign is very likely to be too high given our current sign standards. And so we're asking for that to be removed or brought into compliance and shaved down. The property owner might take issue with the fencing and sign conditions. So I just want to point that out. And finally, we are putting in a condition that no vehicular storage or storage of other goods would be allowed in front of the building. So it'd have to be to the rear behind that wood fence or inside the building. So no tires in front of the building, etc. So those are the main conditions, and we are recommending approval, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Councilman Chase.
I just had a couple questions. So they're going to be. Can you go to the picture of the Broad Avenue side? So where are they going to take? So I saw the electric box. Where are they? They're going to have to press. Tell me about the sidewalk repair here, because I'm interested in that. I see it crumbling. What linear feet from the corner of the intersection running down are they going to have to take that sidewalk repair and curb and gutter down to? Obviously, their property line all the way down.
Well, great question. Currently, there is no sidewalk on the broad frontage. It wraps around at the corner and then stops.
That right there, that's the end of it?
Yeah, at the curb cut. So we are not requiring the extension of the sidewalk and curb.
I guess you really couldn't do it because they'd have to move in on their, you'd encroach on their property because of the what looks like to be that light pole.
There's nothing further on.
Right, past that, there's nothing to walk to.
Yeah, the overhead utilities certainly present a challenge. We did discuss that. Now, the Alliance Healthcare facility is going to be doing a major build out of Broad Avenue, actually, and building sidewalk and extending the road, putting in curb, but that's a few blocks down. So really, it's focusing on the existing sidewalk, which is mostly in good condition. This curb cut here on Broad, and there's curb cuts on both frontages, is probably the part of the sidewalk in the worst condition.
Yeah, I mean, my only issue is, to your point, for, I don't know, a decade, we've been trying to work on non-vehicular acts, or like improvements from Summer down into Broad. To the left of this, you can see the bike lane. And so now you still don't have a way to safely walk on Broad, like from those amenities. And I'm not trying to put an undue financial burden because it's expensive to build that. But I think you got to maybe consider that. Then I'll wait till downstairs to talk to the applicant. I'm curious to know what kind of fencing structure. I mean, I saw you said wall, but security with this kind of use is concerning in that area at nighttime. I mean, just what we've seen. I don't want people to vandalize your own business that you're putting money into. So I don't know if you guys would be willing to consider some sort of variance on the height of that wall if they wanted to build it potentially taller, or because what I don't want to see is a bunch of wrapped. You don't want to see a low wall and a bunch of wrapped barbed wire. It just doesn't look good. So I don't know what that compromise might be from an aesthetic standpoint that makes them feel like their assets or other people's vehicles are secure.
So I can comment on the sorts of fencing that are permitted by right, if you'd like.
I'll get with you offline, unless you want to hear it.
Wait, allow me to hear from Dr. Warren first.
Okay. And then I'd just one last question, which is, not a huge fan of sold used tires, but I understand it's just where we are in the, not everybody can afford a match set of, $600, $700, $200 a tire match set. As far as storage of vehicles, and this is not to impugn the operators, but just generally you see this. My question is how are you actually going to monitor that? Because I mean, you could just start moving car. I mean, I don't know what the mechanism is to hold the business owner really and truly accountable to that. I mean, you saw the overhead picture just a minute ago of a few other property owners around them, and I understand that they make money by getting cars in that facility and out of that facility. But if they've got somebody that refuses to pay, or somebody doesn't come pick up their car, or whatever. Just ensuring that that's the case, other than reporting code violations. You just don't. There's no self-help right to anybody in the area. So I don't know what, other than to pray and hope. Yeah. So those are my questions, Madam Chair.
And my question would lean towards his direction. Also, they said you had a parking issue. How are they going to address the parking if they don't use the front?
So employee and customer parking is allowed in the front yard, and that's what the front area, and that's what that would be used for, but not overnight storage of vehicles awaiting repair, which would have to be inside or to the rear. And there is a drive that allows you to access the rear.
So they're not. You said they were not in compliance, though. You said they should have 35, but they only have 4.
Correct. Yeah, if a vehicle repair business were being built new today with this many bays, there would be 35 parking spaces required.
In the front?
Not necessarily, but just on site.
So how many would you think they have now?
4 to 7.
Including the rear?
Not including the rear, no ma'am. Just in front of the building.
Okay, but if you, the new buildings, you said they would have to have 35, all in the front?
It could, that rule does not regulate where the parking is on site.
Okay,
It's
so
just a
this one could
minimum
be in
number.
compliance if it doesn't say that.
Yeah, it's possible we could consider parking in the rear or even inside of the building. Given the fact that this building was built as a vehicle repair facility and has a substantial amount of open space on a few sides of the building, it wasn't a major concern of ours or a reason to deny this request. So we were really just pointing out that this is what the code would require.
Okay, we also talked about the fence. And personally, I said I didn't see a problem with the fence. Where did Chase go to? With the fence being allowed to stay due to circumstances, especially since cars are going to be parked out there. People move cars all day long. They don't necessarily wait till nighttime to come in and move a car. So I think it might be advisable if we could allow them to actually keep that fence up for a period of time. Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually went to the community meeting that they had and met the potential occupants, husband and wife team who are here today, and walked around the property. If you look at where it is, it's pretty obvious that there's not going to be anything else other than an automotive repair shop there. It's a good place. It's close to the neighborhood, but it also is down underneath the interstate going by, and it's on the backside of Summer, so you can't really see it from Summer well, which may be why they had the high sign. I don't know. But I think that the recommendations on the fence, may be to make it more aesthetically pleasing, and I'm pretty sure they're going to build one that would protect their property if they did it. I think it's a really good use and good people moving in. And the conditions that these guys put. I mean, I parked in the front when I pulled in. I think two other people came and parked while I was there, and there was plenty of room in that front parking space. I think, did they take the fence down in the front? Is that how it works with your current deal? Or is the fence going to be around it continue? You said in your conditions. I wanted to know.
So, this wood fence on Broad.
You take the back fence down, but that front fence.
And the chain link, we would also require to be removed. And,
from the front, not the side.
Correct. And from Broad and Holmes.
Yeah, all the way down Holmes or just to the side of the building?
All the way down Holmes.
And so, and then where would you expect them to put their fence coming back up? Would it come all the way up?
It would be in a similar place as the fence today.
So it would still be in front of the building?
And that would most likely, yes, and that would most likely be an aluminum or wrought iron fence is what would be allowed by code.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would look nice. And that would provide them with enough safe parking based on looking at the piece of property.
My concern was the cost factor. Who'll be responsible for that? The applicants or the owner?
It would be up to them to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any idea what that would cost? And is there a way we could do this and give them a time period to get it in?
We could, so they could open up.
So they could open up, make some money, and then do it within a certain period of time?
Yes, it could be amended.
That.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend that application to allow them at least 1 year to address the fencing issue. Can I get a second on that? Second. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Since y'all have invited the applicants, would y'all like to say anything? Come forward and identify yourself, please.
Hello, council members. My name is Harsh Kumar. I'm the partner of Indiva Partners, the owner of 611 North Homes that we're talking about. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. So yesterday I took some time and just drove around the neighborhood. Within half a block, I found 2 other chain link fences that look much worse than the chain link fence that this is in. I took some pictures if you want. I didn't know how many of you would be here, but I took 2 sets of pictures. We did get some costs on taking the sign down. We will take the sign down. We, I think, talked earlier about a couple of days ago, and we said we'd take down the wooden piece of the fence that looks basically nasty, and we would get that fixed up, get the trees removed. So we're willing to do quite a bit. The main point of contention, I think, that I have at this point is about the chain link fence, considering how it appears within half a block radius of other businesses. It would be a significant burden. I think when we put this one in, it was about $6,000 or $7,000. I can't even imagine taking it down, putting a brand new one, probably 15, and then in this day and age. So that's what we are that's what I'm here to argue about, I guess, from the standpoint of where I stand.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Warren.
So as we're looking at this, I think part of what we're trying to do as we go forward with this is we're trying to make that whole neighborhood look better. You'll be like the trendsetter for the neighborhood. So as other things go through, we'll be pointing to you. But what we don't really want to do is to put a horrible financial burden on you that you can't do right away. And I guess what we'd like, maybe if you could bring a proposal back to us by the time we meet tonight about if you were going to do this, how many years it would take you to be able to make it economically viable to put it in and bring us a proposal.
I can tell you that 1 year is more than enough time. Do I have to press it? Okay, yeah, 1 year is more than enough time. It's just the fact that all around me or all around us, there are fences in terrible condition is what I would say, on Summer, on Broad, all around us. And I agree with Council Chair that I took some pictures of the building right across from us. The business had to shut down because of smash and grab. I mean, literally boarded up. So you got to have a fence. It's not fair to a business to operate without a fence.
So what I'm hearing you say is that if we said we'll approve this on the condition that a year from now you'll have up a wrought iron fence that will protect your property, that would be agreeable to you, and you can make that happen financially, and it would still work with your business plan?
Yes, sir, it would.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm definitely behind your motion,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilman Warren, I think the fence just has to be in compliance to code. It doesn't have to be a wrought iron fence. They may have something, other options.
Okay.
Okay, as long as we're in agreement with that. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Did I get an approval on that motion?
Oh, you need to vote on the
Okay.
favorable.
Okay, now we have a motion and a second. All in approval for the amendment regarding the fence, let it stay up for 1 year before
Second.
he's having to be replaced. Okay,
I'm fine with that.
okay.
As long, but here's the deal. I mean, the question, just know, like, somebody on staff, I mean, somebody's going to come back and remind the council, remind planning and zoning, somebody's going to go out there and do that. And so it's just.
It's just like who's gonna monitor them when the cars are out in front?
Or you just do it right now.
Huh?
Or you just do it now.
What?
The largest mechanism of holding someone accountable is getting their building approvals.
I understand, but under the circumstances and upon the request of the applicant as well, understanding the needs of that particular community and what he's faced with, I still think we need to go with the 1 year proposal. Y'all can write that on the calendar, put it on your calendar.
Well, and Madam Chair, if I may, we can put a reminder in Acela, and that would remind us. Now, it doesn't, like you said, they have their permit at that point, but at least we will have a notice to, go out and contact them, but it won't just be on our calendars, but it'll be a little.
What happens if they don't get it corrected?
They lose. They have to give up their permit.
Yeah, do they lose their permit if they don't correct it?
They would be cited and go through the environmental court process.
Oh, so the process that never ends.
This is not.
That's a pain. I would not want to go through the environmental
way
court process.
This is not the way to go about this. I recognize there's an incremental cost, but like.
Get it out of here.
And the SUP could be revoked if they don't comply with the conditions.
Right, and how many SUPs have been revoked?
Well, I think they typically comply with the conditions. So we do find things that are, a few years old that they weren't quite in compliance, and we have them either get into compliance or come back before this body and ask for a revision of that. So it does happen.
Sorry, there's a motion on the floor. All in favor of allowing the gentleman a year to get his fence up to code, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Let it show we have one opposition by Chase.
Stand on it, Chase.
Okay. All right, let's move on. And that will go down with a favorable recommendation. I'll go check on it if you need me, remind me. Okay, item number 5.
We got to retire one more time. One more.
Hey, what's up with the sign? Or what's the height on the sign?
Y'all okay. I hope you okay. It's all about.
It's not, I know what you're trying to.
Now he's gonna go out there and talk to him. Okay, item number 5, a PD 23-09. The location is 3337 Overton Crossing Street. There's a request for plan development to allow for an expansion of an existing pawn shop, District 7, Super District 8. We have heard this before, but it has been requested by planning and zoning to come back because they have some additional information. Can I get a motion on it?
Move it.
Second. And this may be a discussion mainly at this point, but we'll see what they have to say.
Madam Chairman.
Covet.
All right, thank you. I have had a meeting, I've had a meeting with the applicant and the opposition on this one, and I feel like given 2 more weeks, I think we can find good compromise. Let's understand that we have a pawn shop that could be improved, and if this council rejects it, more of the same. So I think it was a healthy, productive meeting. I think if the council will see to it to hold it for 2 more weeks, I think I can come back with a compromise.
I'm in the queue.
Councilman Smotley.
So I just want to hear from both the applicant and the individual who's representing the community to just speak to whether or not they believe the conversation has been productive. Because what I don't want to do is, hold it and we're still here arguing about what we can resolve today. So it's I'm gonna ask one question of both parties, and then once I hear the answer, I will determine how I'm gonna move. The applicant. So one question: do you believe the conversation has been productive and entered into with good faith?
Drive Suite 200. We did have a very productive meeting. It was a long meeting the Saturday, and after that meeting, discussion was brought up about the traffic, and we went out and we analyzed the traffic, and there is a signal at Whitney and Overton Park, but there's no other place for another signal until you get to Fraser Boulevard. What we did notice is there's only one sign that says school ahead, and that is going towards Fraser Boulevard. It's not properly signed for a school. There's no flashing lights. There's no slow speed limit reduction, and we have not had an opportunity to get with city engineering in order to see what kind of resolutions could come of that. Because I know traffic calming was a big concern and a big part of our conversation on Saturday.
Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, is that where the request and our public works committee was coming from, alluding to?
No, I'm just always concerned about the children.
So it had nothing to do with this? No. Okay, all right, then the opposition. So the same question to you, do you feel like the meeting? Absolutely. And then pull it a little closer so the folks will listen online.
Anthony Anderson, 9490 Grove Trail Lane. Yes, we did meet, and we covered a lot of ground. Of course, at 3:30, we will have quite a few people to show up shortly so that I don't look like the face of the opposition. They will be downstairs to voice their concerns. We are still concerned about the pawn shop. If there's a possibility for a compromise that is done in good faith and that is achievable, we will honor that for the sake of children.
There you have it. All right. That's it from me. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Is there a 3-week hold, she said, in the next meeting?
Next meeting.
Got a question from Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You may be heard.
All right, I don't know what's going on with this. Are you, for those people who are coming at 3:30, are they already en route or here?
Yes, they should be walking in shortly.
Chair?
We'll hear from them.
Okay, that's all I'm asking, if they're making their way down, to go ahead and hear, even if it is.
We're gonna hold it, but we're still gonna listen.
Yeah, still listen to them.
Okay, just to make sure I understand, Mr. Chairman, so what we're going to do is, if there's no objection to the hold or the hold holds by vote, you're going to announce the hold at the beginning of the meeting, and they could just pull cards and speak to us at the end of the meeting?
No. Colleagues, we, knowing this community, one of the poorest communities, these people are making an extra effort to get down here and voice their opinions. And so I know we just may have to suspend the rules for this, but these are not people who can take time off.
Thank you.
And come to work, or come down here to City Hall every other week and every time that we hold and postpone this.
Okay, right. Chair, would it be appropriate just not to hold at this time, hear the item, let the people speak, and then Councilman
We
Covet
can hold it
put a
from the floor
hold
downstairs.
From
Yeah.
the floor.
Yep, we can do it that way.
Proceed downstairs with no recommendation.
Yep.
We'll hear the case, but I'll immediately ask for a hold once the people have spoken.
Sounds good.
Madam Chair, may I just say one thing?
Yes, Ms. Reed.
I know that you and I had talked on Friday, and I had requested the hold on Friday. I just want the council to know that I did not request a hold today. We tried to get them to not have the whole group come down today, that we would rather them have come down in 3 weeks. But I did not do this last minute. I just
Madam
want them
Chairman, to
know
be
that-
clear, that conversation did in fact happen. I did in fact make the opposition know. The opposition assured me, though, that everybody had taken time out of their days and away from work, and so that they went ahead and just planned on coming. So, no, the applicant was very clear with me last week, but the opposition has chosen to come down because they've taken time off.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, you may.
That is true. We discussed not showing up, but a couple of times I didn't even know the item was on the agenda to be heard several weeks ago. So that was a concern of ours, that maybe something would change
At the last minute.
at the last minute.
That makes sense. I understand. So we're going to proceed and go downstairs. Item will be read. Discussion will be held. And at that time, who knows, but more than likely, it would be a recommendation for a hold again.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for that assistance. Is there any other business to bring before the Planning and Zoning Committee?
I have one question on
Yes.
that. Since we're kind of doing this, my only question is, and this is not to this case specific, this is to a precedent that's becoming kind of a concern, even though it's not on consent. What happens when we start doing this issue, and I think today we just stick to it, but I just want to raise this up for future reference, is the applicant and the opposition knew there was going to be a hold, which typically would say that there's not going to be any debate or discussion on the item. The applicant now doesn't have the ability to bring anybody that they had intended to bring to speak for it. And so the council is going to hear from one side of the argument and not the other in what is supposed to be an equal opportunity to speak. I recognize that Reverend Anderson said that he was unaware, but to be frankly honest, he's been engaged in the political process in Memphis for a long time and knows where our agendas are and are located. They are publicly posted. You know, they were served notice. So again, I just want to put it on the record that I think this may be a wildly unfair debate when you have one side that's not allowed to bring anybody to speak for an item and the other side is just going to hear complete and total opposition. And on top of that, everybody that speaks today against the item will have the opportunity to come back and speak against it in 2 weeks when it's heard. seemingly, do you understand where
I
I'm?
understand what you're talking about, but at the same time, the applicants had all the free time last 2 weeks ago, and the opposition was not here, and we let them speak. So I think it'll be even ground. We're not going to vote
Hold
on
on.
it today.
That's
So
not.
that
That's
would
not
be-
technically what happened. All I'm saying is that's not technically what happened. The applicant showed up when it was on the agenda and spoke when the item was called. What you're saying today is that they were told there was going to be a hold.
The opposition was not made aware, to my understanding, that the item would be heard.
Councilman Colvett just said that.
No, not this,
No.
not
We talked
recently.
2 weeks ago.
We're talking about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, it was, Mr. Anderson indicated to us that he was not informed that it was going to be on the agenda.
I understood, and we held the item.
And we had a discussion. Right, exactly. So I just think this is an unusual situation, and I do take into consideration what you're saying. We got to be more attentive to what's on the agenda. Let's stay focused, and I don't know whose responsibility it is to make sure the different parties are made aware, but maybe we can do a better job of that, because I've had some other issues where other people said, I didn't receive a notice.
Were
And the
notices
reason-
mailed out?
Well, the notices are mailed out from council staff, and so for the first hearing, I don't know about subsequent hearings. I believe when it's held at the council meeting, that there are not additional notices.
Right. No, my point is were notices mailed out for the hearing that occurred 2 weeks ago?
It was probably before that because this has been held
Several times.
Yes,
So
it's
they
been
would have had
heard
to
and
been
held several
informed.
times. So.
And also keep in mind that if the particular opposition is not on their mailing list, they don't get notified. So that's something else we're gonna have to start working in. Those individuals' names would have to be given so that their names will be part of the mailing list.
Okay.
But I understand your concern
And this is not just about this. Like I said, this is not less about this case. This is about how we've continually,
I'm all about being fair, and I'm the first one to say that's not righteous,
All
and
right.
that's fair. So I understand your concern, but I don't think it's gonna, it'll be okay today. And the applicants are here, their representatives are here, they can speak up as well. Okay, not hearing anything else, that is the end of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Thank you.
afternoon, colleagues. I'd like to call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee on Tuesday, August 22nd. Mr. Backus, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. I just got alerted where two or more are gathered. We have a quorum. All right. So, colleagues, we have two appointments on the agenda today. One, we have an appointment to the Memphis Civil Service Commission. Ms. Stacy Clinton, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Jenna, motion by Swearingen Washington. Second by Chair Jones. Thank you. Is there anyone from the administration? Ms. Clinton? Ms. Clinton? If you can give your name and address once you get to the mic and turn it on, and any words you'd like to share.
Hello, I'm Stacy Clinton. It's nice to be here today. And I just look forward to serving on the Civil Service Commission. I looked at the requirements of it, and I believe I can be of great assistance.
Thank you, Ms. Clinton. Anything in particular you wanted to speak of anything you were looking forward to helping or supporting on the Civil Service Commission?
In looking at the responsibilities that will fall upon those commissioners on the board, looking at, from a neutral standpoint, any appeals as to demotions or the disciplinary actions that are going against the civil service members, I believe that I would be able to look at the information and provide great assistance in determining whether or not those disciplinary actions were appropriate.
Thank you. We done, Mr. Hardman? All right. Okay. Is there any other colleagues? You have any comments or questions for Ms. Clinton?
We're excited to have you.
Thank you very much.
All right. If we can acclaim by voice vote, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Ms. Clinton, that'll go down in 3 weeks.
Thank you
for approval. Thank you. All right, you all. Item number 2 is appointment to the Memphis Housing Authority. Ms. Tanja Mitchell, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by? Second by Chair Jones. Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, if you can come, give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share. 2 Black women today. That's what we got.
Tanja Mitchell, 626 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee, 38107.
And any words you'd like to share.
I'm just excited about this. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with the Memphis Housing Authority. I worked for the development team who did the redevelopment of Uptown back in 2007. And so I worked closely with Memphis Housing Authority then, its staff and tenants. So I'm looking forward to continuing to work with the organization.
Great. And Ms. Mitchell, I know you probably already know, we were just informed about Section 8 voucher holders and their ability to become homeowners.
That's great.
So definitely just asking you to support MHA in getting their voucher holders over there to their program so we can increase our home ownership.
When we started, that was the plan, to turn them from certificate holders to homeowners.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to doing that, to
Thank
help
you.
with that.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, we'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. That'll go down in 3 weeks. Seeing as there are no other business in this committee is adjourned.
Good afternoon. The hour is 3:12. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session for August 22nd. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
Here.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, I'm going to hold number one since we're pressed for time until 3 weeks from now. So that means we're going to have two items for executive. The first is a resolution to amend council fiscal year 24 grant allocations. This is sponsored by the Budget Committee. So colleagues, you should have they're distributing now what would be, I'll just call it an omnibus resolution that includes all of the grants that we should have made to the various organizations today. Thank you. Okay, so this will represent, I guess, a significant amount of the of our original allocations. So, colleagues, between now and the next meeting, I would ask that you go ahead and fill out and make your allocations. No, okay. So there's not going to be any same night minutes on this. So what we can do is that we can add the ones from next week, and then we can improve it. So can I have a motion on this item?
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we approve our fiscal year 24 grant allocations. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that item passes. Colleagues, you also have in front of you a resolution to request ongoing assistance from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in downtown Memphis safety efforts. So this is sponsored by yours truly and Vice Chair Smiley. Vice Chair Smiley, I hand it over to you, sir.
All right. So I think in the Public Safety Committee, Councilman Jones requested, trying to inquire specifically about, what can we do to increase our safety efforts downtown. Indicated specifically the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and we've received correspondence back from the sheriff himself that he's going to be here to speak specifically as to the issue and talk about his plans to support downtown safety efforts. So hopefully that we can all pass this resolution, and we look forward to hearing from the sheriff at some point during the council meeting.
Okay. So would you
move it?
Okay. And I'll second it. All those in favor of this resolution, please signify by saying aye. Oh, we're same night minutes,
Go
yes.
downstairs.
Yes. Yes.
What is being considered the downtown area?
Well, Chief Davis and her command staff spoke specifically about their downtown plan to keep safety, but our resolution more specifically speaks to whatever their plan is. We want it to also include the Shelby County Sheriff's Office because we are taxpayers within the county.
I'm just mean, no, I got that. I'm in support of that. I just mean, what are the parameters of downtown? It's based on this resolution.
Well, I can't speak specifically to that. I don't necessarily know what we consider downtown based on this resolution. I think our concern specifically is they need to show up.
Well,
they need to show up.
What we could do, I go back to a resolution that I was proposing my first couple of years on the council. We could say downtown is A.W. Willis on the north to Crump on the south, the river being the western boundary, and Danny Thomas being the east.
Okay, if we do that, so is this a letting us define downtown or is them define?
This is just, and so I guess as we were having discussions today, it was centered around Bill Street, if you would, but we didn't want to confine it just to Bill Street because technically Gayoso and, well, Ida B. Wells and one of those streets technically wouldn't be Bill Street. Crump on the south, A.W. Willis on the north.
We move that to Chelsea.
We can do anything we want to.
Crump gets all your residential over there.
We can say to Chelsea. So if you would just, you would make a friendly amendment.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
And, well, grab that other mic that's right next to you. if
That
you
one
would.
is acting funny.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a friendly amendment
That we define downtown.
the downtown area in the fourth whereas paragraph.
Okay.
What?
I'm just thinking, since we're making amendments, we do also need to make another amendment because as I understand it, we can request it, but the way it works is the Shelby County Sheriff's Office will not
So we need to
enter
have
downtown unless it's a request from the Memphis Police Department. We need to have a formal request from the Memphis Police Department. So the Memphis Police Department would say, hey, you can.
That's what you're gonna change the caption
Yeah,
to?
I want.
Okay.
It needs the Memphis Police Department also needs to be included in this so that they can specifically reach out to the sheriff's office. Sheriff's office and say, hey, come on our territory, essentially.
Okay. One, I want to be, well, the friendly amendment to define the downtown area in the fourth whereas, where it says safety measures in the downtown area, however you're going to say that, the east, Crump, the west, Chelsea.
No, the south.
South
Crump.
North, Chelsea.
North Chelsea.
What is it? West, Riverside.
Riverside Drive.
To east, what, Danny Thomas?
Danny Thomas, yes.
Danny Thomas. I'd like to make that amendment. I
Okay.
so move for that.
Is there any objection to that? We'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. And can I please be added as a co-sponsor?
You certainly can.
Absolutely. And then, also, so I guess I'm trying to figure out how the cleanest way to do it.
As far as the MPD part?
Yeah.
We just added.
Yeah.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. I don't know if we can tell the city, the police department to go talk.
It's a request. It's a request.
Gesture.
Well,
I mean, we
request
can ask for
suggestion,
anything.
Right. So it's not a directive.
Right, that's what I was
Right. So the way that the language would be would wordsmith it to include.
So we're going to wordsmith it to include a request from Memphis Police Department to ask for assistance of Sheriff's Office. And I think Sheriff Bonner, who's on his way here now, is going to speak specifically to what he can do, and essentially he's waiting on a request.
I think they're down there. I just don't know to what extent.
We're gonna find out today.
Yeah, so it appears from what Chief Davis was saying is that that's only a recent occurrence, but the spirit of this resolution is that we are permanent taxpayers of Shelby County, and so we want a permanent presence of Shelby County deputies on Bill Street along with MPD.
In other parts of the city as well.
As needed, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
As
In
needed.
other parts of the city
Mhm.
as well, because like it says, 24 hours paying taxes.
As Memphians, yes.
All right.
Yep. Okay. Are there any other questions on this item? Okay. All those in favor, please signify as amended. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, we have 3 items to be held this evening. There's a request to hold item number 22. That's the ordinance related to towing fees, and we're going to have that on our September 12th meeting. A request to hold item number 23, ordinance related to entertainment vehicles, to our September 26th meeting. And then item number 4, PD 22-1, will be also held until our September 6th meeting. Our add-on items for this evening will be item number 33, a resolution to accept and amend by appropriating the budget expenditures and revenues for the Division of Housing and Community Development Weatherization Programs fiscal year 24 Weatherization Assistance Program, that's WAP 2301, grant in the amount of $971,851, project CD 90147, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. And there's a request for same night minutes. Item number 34, resolution transferring allocations from CIP projects GS 24100, fiscal year 24 major modification of cover line to establish GS 24107, fiscal year 24 major modification / contingencies, and appropriating funds in the amount of $1,187,700 for emergency unplanned repairs and or upgrades, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes on that item. Item number 35 is a resolution transfer allocations from CIP projects GS 24-100 fiscal year 24 major modification to cover line to establish GS 24-105 fiscal year 24 major modification / carpentry and appropriating funds in the amount of $236,250 for door replacement at Cordova Library and brick building demo and replacement of 2 shipping containers at Collins Yard. Districts 2 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes on this item. Number 36 is a resolution transferring allocations from CIP project GS 24-100 fiscal year 24 major modification to cover line to establish GS 24-104 fiscal year 24 major modifications HVAC and appropriating funds in the amount of $4,667,500 for HVAC unit replacements at the Memphis, at the animal shelter, the zoo, multiple buildings, Bass Pro, Memphis Police, Police Training Academy, Public Works, and Collins Yard, 2 modular buildings, Districts 5 and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 37 is a resolution transferring allocations from CIP project GS 24-100 fiscal year 24 major modification to cover line to establish GS 24-102 fiscal year 24 major modifications electric and appropriating funds in the amount of $2,896,550 for generator replacement at the Hickory Hill Community Center and Fire Stations 10 and 38, as well as elevator modernization in the Public Safety Building, Districts 3, 6, and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Number 38 is a resolution transferring allocations from CIP project number GS 24100 fiscal year 24 major modification to cover line to establish GS 24-101 fiscal year 24 major modification grouping and appropriating funds in the amount of $1,012,000 for roof replacement at Ruth Tate Senior Center and Marion Hill Community Center, Districts 5 and 6, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Number 39 is a resolution approving the use agreement between the City of Memphis and the University of Memphis for the use of Simmons Bank, Liberty Stadium, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Our same night minute items tonight will be items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Seeing no, and then our holds are 4, 22, and 23. And then there's okay, that's going to be item number 40. Okay, item number 40, which is a resolution to request ongoing assistance from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the downtown Memphis safety efforts. So, seeing no